A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Kroger Tender Ray Beef, no other beef so fresh, can be so tender, presents Hearts in Harmony, transcribed. During these Christmas holidays, we know that you're taking extra care to make sure that each meal is a success. But it's no problem to serve an outstanding meal anytime when you serve Kroger Quality Beef. Yes, just serve Kroger Quality Beef, and you'll find your meal has plenty of eye appeal and taste appeal for that family of yours. And when you visit your nearest Kroger store and buy Kroger Quality Beef, buy it with confidence, for it's the very best beef you can get right now. It's delicious, it's tender, it's juicy, and it's bound to be a wonderful treat for you and your family. Watch how delighted your folks are when they see what's on the menu, for beef is almost everybody's favorite meat. Yes, lady, you can be sure of delighting everybody when you serve your family's favorite cut of Kroger Quality Beef. Visit your Kroger store, step up to the counter, and ask for Kroger Quality Beef the way you like it best. And remember this, Kroger Quality Beef is the best beef you can get right now. Buy Kroger Quality Beef with confidence at your neighborhood Kroger store. And now, Hearts in Harmony. Christmas in the Gibbs home was a gala affair, with troubles forgotten for a time, and all the family gathered together. But now, several days later, the pleasures of Christmas have faded into memory. And in a letter from her brother Pat, Penny receives bad news. It is Nora who first notices that Penny is upset.
Oh, crickets, Miss Gibbs, you look as if something's just awfully wrong. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Oh, no thanks, Nora.
Oh, golly, has something happened?
No, dear, it's what hasn't happened.
What hasn't happened? Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, don't feel that way, Miss Gibbs. You'll find a just super job. I know you will. Daddy says it's always hard to get a job during the holidays. Most of the people...
Your father's right about that, Nora. I'm not worried about the job, though, just now. After the first of the year, I'll start looking again. I'm upset about my brother, Pat.
He's sick?
Sick at heart, I imagine, Nora. You don't know about Suzanne, do you?
Suzanne?
Pat's wife. I guess I might as well tell you myself, or you'll hear the wrong story somewhere else.
Oh, Miss Gibbs, I never listen to what people say about other people. Daddy says it's never true what they say. It's only what they wish were the truth.
Oh, Nora, you come by your intelligence quite honestly. Yes, sir, your father has a keen mind.
Oh, he's wonderful, Miss Gibbs. I want you to meet him sometime.
I hope I can. But, about Pat and Suzanne, Nora.
Oh.
Let me tell you about them, and then you'll understand why I'm upset.
Well, if you want to...
I think you ought to know. After all, you're taking care of their daughter.
Your brother's having trouble with his wife, isn't that it?
Yes, Nora. But it's not the kind of trouble you think it is. Suzanne, I mean Pat's wife, ran away several weeks ago.
And left such a wonderful baby? Well, how could she ever do such a thing?
Does seem rather incredible, doesn't it, Nora?
Yes.
But, Suzanne was terribly upset when she ran away. She obviously didn't know what she was doing.
Oh, and now she wants to come back home.
No, Nora, she can't be found. That's why I'm upset. You see, when Pat was here for Christmas, he was sure he was going to find her in a day or two. The police in New York were almost certain they had found her. But as it turns out, well...
It was all a mistake.
Yeah. So Pat will have to start all over again. Oh, Nora, he's so depressed about it. When he was here at Christmas, he was so gay, just the way he used to be.
Well, if she was bad and ran away, Miss Gibbs, why does your brother even want to find her? I should think that... Oh, Cricket, that was a terrible thing to ask, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
No, Nora, it's a good question, but it is difficult to answer. I suppose, Nora, when you're a little older and fall in love yourself, you'll know the answer without anyone telling you.
Oh, golly, Miss Gibbs, is it wonderful to be in love?
Well, that depends.
Well, tell me about it, please. You've been in love, haven't you? I just know you have. Is it super?
Oh, yes. It's super, darling.
Oh, golly, I just know it must be. Makes you all warm and glowy inside, doesn't it? The way it says in the stories.
Well, Nora, love's a little different in real life than the way it is in stories. Somehow or other, you can make things work out on paper, but in real life, there are too many added complications.
Oh, how can anything be complicated when you're in love? Does anything else matter?
A lot of other things matter. Sometimes being in love is the worst thing in the world, because you can be in love and... maybe we'd better talk about it some other time.
Oh, golly, I've done it again, haven't I? I've said the wrong thing.
No, Nora, I just so upset about Pat this morning, I don't feel like talking about anything.
Oh, is there something I can do?
No, Nora. No, and there's nothing I can do either but be sensible about the whole thing. Snap out of it.
Well, if there's anything I can do, please let me know, will you? I'd love awfully much to do something for you for a change. You've done so much for me.
Hi there, Nora. What's cooking, huh? And I do mean what's cooking on the stove.
Oh, hello, Freddie. Dinner's cooking, that's what.
Ah, what's in the bead bag for tonight, huh? Mm-hmm. Freddie Lang's favorite dish. How'd you guess?
I didn't guess. Miss Gibbs said that this is what we should have tonight.
Oh, she did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I must be doing all right with Gibbsy these days. She knows I go for this stuff in a big way, Nora.
Oh, crickets, Freddie. Why do you call her Gibbsy? Don't you have any respect for your elders?
Elders? Huh, get you. Just 'cause you're a child, you don't have to think that I'm one, too. You know, Gibbsy ain't no elder as far as I can figure.
Oh, but you should show her some respect, Freddie. It's only right.
Till Gibbsy gripes about being called Gibbsy, I'm going to keep right on calling her Gibbsy. And I don't mean no harm by it nohow. Just a gag, and I guess maybe Gibbsy likes gags.
Well, maybe so, but I don't think she'll care for even a teeny-weeny joke tonight. Be serious at dinner tonight, will you, Freddie?
Oh, me serious?
Please, Freddie, I mean it. Miss Gibbs feels just awful this evening.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the matter?
Oh, it's everything, I guess. She's worried about a job, and she's sad, I guess, about her mother and father leaving town again. And today she got a letter from her brother about his wife.
Oh, bad news from Mr. Jeep with the damper on her, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nora, what happened? Did he find that good-for-nothing wife of his yet?
Freddie, that's no way to talk about someone who isn't here.
Well, when she was here, I couldn't talk without getting the word shoved right back down my throat. Mrs. G, huh? Now, there was a good-for-zero dame if ever there was one.
That's just your opinion.
Well, for once I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, dear, this will be too done if I don't turn the flame down. Oh, there, that's slow enough, I guess. Now I'll just put the top on. In a few minutes it'll be done. There. Now all we have to do is eat it. Oh, and Freddie, please promise me you'll be serious at dinner tonight.
You on the level about this chick? I mean, has Gibbsy got the case that bad?
She's just awfully upset.
Oh, that ain't so good, huh?
No. And I just wish we could do something about it. I want awfully much to do something to make her feel better.
Well, I'm with you on that, kid. What do you think a couple of have-nothings like us can do about it, though?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Maybe we could make her do something she hasn't done in a long time, like...
Yeah?
Well, like
what, kid?
Oh, crickets, I don't know.
Hey, wait a minute, Nora. I got an idea.
What?
Hey, look, we can ask her about this at chow time if it's okay with you. May not do the trick exactly, but I'll bet it's sure going to be better than doing nothing at all. Hey, Nora, you sure can sling out a great mess of chow.
Oh, thank you, Freddie.
Yes, it's delicious, Nora. I think I'll turn over all the cooking to you.
Oh, crickets, Miss Gibbs, that would be just super. I like to cook.
Mm-hmm. Super's the word, too, kid. 'Cause I loves to eat. Hey, Gibbsy. You don't by any chance, well, I was just,
Well, what?
You doing anything special tomorrow?
No, pass the butter, will you? No, I'm just doing the usual thing.
Oh. But you ain't going out looking for a job, are you?
No. No, thanks. I don't think there's much point in it until after the first of the year.
Here's the butter. I don't have to work tomorrow myself, and I was just thinking that, well, it'd be nice stuff if maybe the kid here and I, if we went out on a date.
Well, I suppose that'd be very nice, Freddie, but...
Yeah, I know, but there's a hitch in it, Gibbsy. You see, if Nora ain't here tomorrow, then you got to take care of the baby, and that ain't going to be fair.
Oh, no, Freddie, I wasn't thinking of that. Oh, could I have a bread, please?
Yeah, sure.
It's just that, well, it's just that Nora's sitting right here with me. Don't you think you should ask her for the date?
Well, I already spoke to her about it, and she says it's okay. That is, if it's okay with you.
Of course. It's fine with me, Freddie.
Well, that's great. Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Go right ahead, Nora. It's really a wonderful idea. You know, you haven't had very much fun.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Gibbs, but, Freddie hasn't told you everything about it yet. You see, Freddie and I really want to go out tomorrow so we can take you with us.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's very nice of both of you, dear, but I
Oh, now,
don't
look,
know.
Gibbsy, look, we got this all planned, and the kid Cripper upstairs, he figures in on this, too.
Uh-huh.
And me and Nora, we was figuring maybe all four of us would mosey out to the old man's farm tomorrow.
Oh, no, Freddie.
Oh, please, Miss Gibbs. It'd be just super if you'd say yes. It's real warm in the farmhouse, and Daddy would just love to see the baby that I'm taking care of. And I promised him that someday we'd all come out and see him, and, well, tomorrow would be just a scrumptious day for it. And you've just got to say yes, please.
Oh, well,
Oh, come on, Gibbsy, it's going to do you good.
And it'll be just super for the baby, please. And, we won't go if you don't.
Oh, Nora. Well, all right, if you put it that way.
That's the stuff.
We'll all go to see your father tomorrow. Does that really make you happy? Just a minute.
Hello, Penny.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny, when did you get back to town?
Oh, just a couple of hours ago.
Oh, I was terribly worried about you. Come on in.
Thank you, Will.
How was the trip in the fast airplane? How's Alice?
Oh, well, the trip was fine, Penny, but, I'm afraid Alice isn't.
Oh, Johnny, no.
Yeah, it was worse than you can imagine, Penny. I took that long trip down there to be with her because I thought it would do her good. They wouldn't even let me see her.
They wouldn't let you see her.
No. Not even at night when she was asleep.
Oh, Johnny. She's not that ill, is she?
Remember the letter I got from her a couple of weeks ago?
Yes, Johnny, but she said in that letter she was so well she'd be coming home soon.
Yeah, I know. But remember how strange and mixed up the letter was? How parts of it just didn't make sense?
Yes, I remember.
Well, that should give you some idea of how bad off she is. The hospital didn't know about the letter, or they would have warned me not to come to see her.
Johnny, what is it? What's the matter?
The worst, Penny. Alice is never going to get well.
Oh, Johnny.
But she's not in pain, Penny, or suffering. It's one thing to be grateful for. And she won't be sick forever either, if you know what I mean.
So Alice Keith is dying. How will this affect Penny's future? What then will stand in the way of Penny professing her love for the only man she's ever really loved? Be sure to listen to the next dramatic episode of Hearts in Harmony. There's just no two ways about it. A dinner featuring Kroger quality beef is bound to give your family a world of pleasure. Yes, there's just no doubt about it, because Kroger quality beef is packed with plenty of downright delicious eating enjoyment. It's filled with tasty goodness and tenderness and brimming with flavory-rich juice. That's because Kroger quality beef is carefully selected from the very best beef available on the market today. And here's something else to keep in mind. Not only is Kroger quality beef the very best beef you can get right now, but you're getting it at a mighty thrifty price. So make a visit soon to your Kroger store, step up to the counter, and order a steak or roast of delicious Kroger quality beef. Remember, the only place you can buy it is at your Kroger store. Get some soon. Now your local announcer.
This I believe. Sol Gurok is perhaps the world's best-known impresario. The roster of artists he has presented reads like a list of the greats of our time. Included are Pavlova, Isadora Duncan, Marian Anderson, and Artur Rubinstein, to name just a few. Sol Gurok was born in the Ukraine, the son of a hardware merchant. At the age of 17, he determined to see the world which lay beyond the gates of his town. He arrived in New York with $1.50 in his pocket. 17 odd jobs in Philadelphia, ranging from peddling notions to washing bottles and taking tickets on a streetcar, convinced him that he could be no worse off in New York City. There he secured a job in a hardware store, and in 3 years saved $168, enough to finance his first entertainment venture. The rest is theatrical history. Here now is Sol Hurok's creed.
It is not my way to look backwards. Today and tomorrow are the normal boundaries of my thinking. But trying now, as I am, to form the guiding, leading philosophy of my life, I would say this. I have been a happy and fortunate man because I have always believed in what I was doing. I have always had a wholehearted zest for my work. I have never minded the failures half as much as I enjoy the successes. I have never been discouraged by the gloomy warnings of others who tried to change my mind before my major decisions. From the beginning, when I arrived to this country with 3 rubles in my pocket and determination to provide music for the masses, I knew that I would find the right way. 1 million potential music lovers had not moved out of their little neighborhood since the day they had been brought here from the Castle Garden or the Ellis Island at that time. I wanted to induce them to come to the strange world, the Hippodrome, a temple in which simple people would enter to enjoy great art at the Hippodrome. I could give them programs of the world's greatest artists at the popular prices, sold tickets to them not at the box office, but at their drugstores in Harlem, their jewelry stores in the Bronx, their music stores in Brooklyn, to their trade unions and fraternal organizations. It was a wonderful time for me when the people came for the first time. They came by trolleys, by L, walked to the correct numbers of blocks, turned to the right or to the left, and they got there. For thousands of them, it was the first time they had seen the busy heart of the city, which was their home, and it was a good way to see it and feel it. I have never lost my enthusiasm for such a work, and the important thing is that I have had, whether successful or not, I think of the first time that I brought the Ballyroos to this country and have lost $85,000, but never felt sorry that I brought them. There was a few financial failures I had, but never artistic failures. I was never discouraged, nor did I think of going to my friends. I remember what Tolstoy had said when he was very ill. Don't publish any more bulletins about my illness, he told the doctors. What good do they do? My friends will be saddened, my enemies jeered. I kept my trouble to myself, kept my office, waited to get started again, and of course I did. All this could have happened to me nowhere but in this country. I say this humbly and I say it sincerely. The freedom, the search for a better life, the youth ambition, the strength of America made this the only atmosphere in which could find fulfillment. For this I shall always be grateful.
They're the beliefs of Sol Hurok of New York. He is the world-famous impresario, instrumental in bringing ballet to the American people.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Snowball. About 10:30. A sporty little blue sedan makes a two-wide turn out of a quiet residential street and weaves crazily toward a main thoroughfare. In a police prowl car that has been idling along.
Look at that stuff. I see it, Ryan. We'll stop that little blue wagon quick.
Guy driving it must be lit to the rafters.
Even money, there's a dame behind that wheel. When a gal tanks up those fancy cocktails.
We'll soon see. Pull up there.
Pull up, you.
Okay. What's the matter, officer?
You win, Ryan. It's a guy.
I wasn't speeding. I didn't pass any red
And
light.
you'd have no chance to, brother. You're under arrest for drunken driving.
What do you mean drunken driving? It was sober as a judge.
We can see how sober you are.
And smell.
Well, I bet I had a few scotches.
That's your license and car registration.
Well, look,
I wasn't so wrong either, Ryan. There's a dame in this back seat.
Cover it up with a blanket.
What do you mean, Dave?
Get about your girlfriend, mister?
I didn't have
You're
any...
drunk. The dame's passed out, Stutzy?
Yeah, I'm cold. Hey, she is cold.
Huh?
Ryan, this woman's dead.
Dead?
Look at the bruises on her neck. I think she's been strangled.
I never saw that woman before. I never saw that woman before. I never saw that woman before, Captain. I never saw that
I'll talk to you in just a minute, mister.
Yeah, while Captain Logan's busy, I'll take your picture, chum.
Doc, what's your verdict?
This woman's been dead about an hour, maybe a little more. I'd say she was strangled about 9:30.
Strangler must have had an easy time of it, Doc. That dead gal can't weigh over 100 pounds.
Expensive clothes she has on, Casey.
I wouldn't know about that, Andy.
You think she was killed in this car, Doc, or put here after she was dead?
I don't know, Captain.
Oh, Sergeant, now that Doc's finished, see if you can find any identification on her.
Okay.
I swear I had nothing to do with that woman's death, Captain.
I've heard their story, mister. Now I'll listen to yours. Now, according to your driver's license, your name is Rasco, right?
Yes, George P. Rasco. I'm a respectable
The
businessman.
car numbers on the registration you handed these arresting officers are not those of this car you're driving.
Well, that's the reason. That's what happened. My car's the same make, the same model, the same color as this. When I left the party, I made a mistake and got the wrong car.
Tell me about the party you left.
Well, it was at the Crofts Hall Apartments. A friend of mine lives there, Bob Willis. He invited a bunch of us because his wife is away.
What time did you leave this Bob Willis apartment at the Crofts Hall?
I was drunk, Captain. I don't know.
That sounds like the truth.
Remember what you did after you left the party?
Well, I just went to my car, I guess, to what I thought was my car. I got in and I started to drive home.
You parked your car near the Crofts Hall apartments?
Yes, when I went into Bob Willis. Hey, you should find it still there.
We'll certainly look for it then.
The keys for your car wouldn't fit another car. How did you...
I can't remember. This car must have been unlocked.
Captain.
Yes, Sergeant?
The dead woman's wristwatch has Jim to Irene engraved inside. And a tailor's label inside her jacket has made for Mrs. James Royce written on it. We just got a radio report on the license of this car that seems to clinch her identification, Captain.
Yeah?
The car is registered in the name of James R. Royce, whose address is 111 Oakland Lane, sir.
Mrs. James R. Royce.
I never heard of Mrs. James Royce.
David Rasco. Officer Ryan, you and your partner take this guy to your precinct station and put him on ice.
Yes, sir.
I swear, I'm a married man. My
Sergeant, you, Peterson, and Goldberg go to the Crofts Hall apartment. See if you can find the car registered under Rasco's name parked near there and check his party story at the Willis apartment.
Yes, sir. All this while you, Annie, and I call on the dead woman's husband, Logan.
I'd prefer to call on him minus your company, Casey.
You know, this guy's getting antisocial, Annie.
He's also rude, but he can't insult us.
Not a chance. Come on, pal. We'll help you find out what Mr. James Royce may know about his late wife's murder.
This is the place, 111 Oakland Lane.
Neat little house.
In a lovely neighborhood.
Now we'll see if Mr. James Royce is at home.
Doesn't look as though he is, Logan. No light showing in the place.
Well, it's after 11, Casey. He's probably in bed.
All people aren't night owls like ourselves.
Yeah, sometimes forget that, Annie.
We'll soon find out.
That bell should wake him.
I'll buzz him again. And longer.
I hope he isn't home. I hate this kind of a job, breaking the news of a tragedy.
Yeah, me too.
You and Casey invited yourselves here, Miss Williams.
No.
Hey, take your finger off that bell button, Logan, fast.
Oh, what?
Smell that, smell.
No?
Here, your nose close to the door jamb. It's gas. Yeah, it's cooking gas. Break the glass panel of this door, Logan. Use your gun, hurry up. House must be full of it.
Reach inside and turn the door. I've got it. Kick out those windows, Casey. Get air in here. I'll fix these.
Okay.
I'll find the light switch.
No, Annie, no. The switch would make a spark and blow us up.
The doorbell didn't set this stuff off. I'll use my flashlight to see.
That gas will be coming from the kitchen stove.
Sure, back this way. Here's the kitchen.
Oh, that man.
Yes, it's head in the oven.
Turn out those burners, Casey, or I'll see if he's alive.
Yeah. Get that kitchen door open, Annie. Get this gas out of here.
Quick. My lungs are taking all this.
How's the guy, Logan?
Finished. Completely.
Maybe a full motor.
Not a chance, Miss Williams. Guy did a double job on himself.
A double job?
Yeah, look at this little bottle beside it.
Poison.
Yeah. A quick shore poison by the label.
Well, you can risk throwing a switch now, Casey. Get us some real light in here.
Yeah.
That's better.
Captain Logan, there's a highball glass inside the oven.
Yeah. Quarter full. Apparently this guy mixed his poison with a little joy juice after he turned on the gas and drank it and slumped down with his face in the open oven.
He was thoughtful of the neighbors. He turned off the pilot light before
There's
he turned
a
on
wallet
the gas.
in his hip pocket. Let's see.
There's his driver's license.
I imagine he...
Yep. Dead guy seems to have been James R. Royce.
The husband of that woman who was found.
Murder and suicide.
You know, suicides usually leave farewell notes.
I will look around before I phone the tech squad.
Captain, here it is.
That big photograph of the woman who was strangled?
There's a note on the back of it.
Huh? What is it? Printed in red.
It was done with that lipstick here on the table. I found the photo.
Not short, but not sweet looking.
I killed her tonight. I find her in my car. Now I'm taking the only way out.
No signature.
And the note's printed in such big letters, there's no room for a signature.
Yeah, that's funny. Printed. With a lipstick. By a man. Couldn't he write? Didn't he own a pencil?
Well, it's my guess right now that wrong car, Mr. Rasco, is going to be in the clear, except for a drunken driving charge.
Put him up, you people.
Casey!
What?
We've got you covered on all sides. One phony move and we shoot.
Who the heck are you?
We're police.
You're police.
Captain Logan.
Your face was turned away from this open door. I couldn't see. I'm Patrolman Spencer, 32nd Precinct.
I'll be happy to renew our acquaintance, Spencer, after you tell all the cops with you not to start shooting.
Well, there's nobody with me, sir. I surrounded you by myself.
Seems your friend Spencer can stretch himself.
I guess neighbors heard the racket we made here and phoned the precinct house.
Yes, sir. I got the radio report in my prowl car. What's happened here, sir? There's that guy by the stove.
You can help us find out what's happened, Spencer.
Yes, sir.
Round up the neighbors for a little question bee about Mr. and Mrs. James Royce.
No, Captain, I know nothing whatever about Mr. and Mrs. Royce's movements tonight. Oh, I can't believe it.
I'm sorry I had to shock you with the bad news of what we found, Mrs. Taylor, but I need your help.
My help?
As the Royce's closest neighbor, I've come to you first. You must have known the couple rather well.
Yes.
Would you please tell me what you know about them?
Well,
To begin with, did they quarrel?
Almost constantly. Jim, Mr. Royce, was madly jealous of his wife.
Casey?
Jealous, huh?
And I'm sorry to say she gave him reason. Oh, I don't mean she did anything bad. Irina was simply a pretty, vain little thing who craved masculine attention. But no married woman in this neighborhood has felt really secure since Irina Royce has lived here.
You felt insecure, Mrs. Taylor?
No, Mr. Casey, I'm a widow.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Taylor, in your opinion, could Royce's jealousy have led him to kill his wife and then himself?
I've heard him threaten to do what he did tonight.
You have?
Many times. So have others. Poor Jim had a violent temper, and he often shouted so everyone in this block could hear.
Now, what was Royce's job? Where did he work?
He was sales manager of the Carlton Judd Manufacturing Company.
Carlton Judd.
It's a first-class firm, Logan. They make electrical equipment.
Casey and I have met Mr. Judd and his wife.
What? Have we any?
Oh, don't you remember? Last year when we covered the opening of that new slum settlement house on Ivy Street, the Judds had to put up most of the money for it.
Wait, I place him now. Sure. Big, homely, middle-aged woman and a big, handsome, gray-haired man. Yes, I think I know why you didn't forget him, man. He made quite a play for you.
Don't be silly. He's simply a born ladies' man who's naturally nice to every girl he meets.
I'll call on the Carlton Judd outfit first thing in the morning. Thanks very much, Mrs. Taylor.
Not at all.
I'll call on some of the other neighbors now.
I think they'll tell you substantially what I have, Captain.
Logan.
Huh?
Your cops can call on the other neighbors. We're going to visit Royce's boss, Carlton Judd.
Casey.
I've just remembered something you've apparently forgotten, Annie. His address.
His address?
Yes, Carlton Judd and his wife live in the Crofts Hall Apartments.
The Crofts Hall?
Where Rascal claims he got in the wrong car with the dead body of Mrs. Royce.
Mm-hmm. Interested, Logan?
Come on. After I get a report from my cops who are checking Rasco's story about that swanky joint, I may want to talk to Mr. Judd.
people have brought me terrible news. I'm inexpressibly shocked, Miss Williams.
I'm sorry, Mr. Judd.
Yeah. James Royce was more than a valued employee, Mr. Casey. He'd become a personal friend, also his wife. Both of them frequently visited Mrs. Judd and myself in this apartment. Why, I'd expected James here this very night.
You expected him tonight?
Yes, Captain. He was to bring me a contract he expected to close after office hours. When I returned home an hour ago, I wondered why I didn't find it here.
Mr. Judd, you said you returned home an hour ago. Well, how long were you out?
Why, most of the evening, Mr. Casey. I attended a movie.
With Mrs. Judd?
No, I went alone. Mrs. Judd isn't home. Yesterday she left on a motor trip to California.
You have servants, of course, who could have let Royce in while you were at the movies.
It so happens I'd given the servants a holiday during my wife's absence.
Well, then how could Royce get
in? I'd lent poor James a key to this apartment.
Royce had a key to
yes.
the place, huh?
I simply can't believe he's dead and had his lovely wife.
So was she as lovely as she looked, Mr. Judd?
Yes. I considered Mrs. Royce to have been an altogether splendid woman.
Well, you knew her. We didn't.
Captain, if there's any way I can be of service, please command me. If not, I'd like to be alone. Good night, Miss Williams. But it's really morning, isn't it?
Yes, nearly 1 o'clock.
Say, what movie did you see tonight, Mr. Judd?
Lost Boundaries of the Empire. I walked home from there and took my time.
These apartments are a cinch to get in and out of without being seen.
Why do you say that?
I was just thinking out loud. That's all. Are these apartments soundproof?
Unfortunately, no. Mrs. Judd and I are often unpleasantly aware of our neighbors in the adjoining apartment. If they weren't now vacationing in Europe, you'd hear one of their radios blasting out dance music. Any further comments or questions concerning my home, Mr. Casey?
No. Good night, Mr. Judd.
Good night. I shall hold myself at your service, Captain.
Thanks, Mr. Judd.
And it has been a privilege to see you again, Miss Williams.
You're very nice, Mr. Judd. Good night.
Good night.
Nice. Let's walk down the stairs.
You didn't get much out of it, Judd, did you, pal?
Did you go for that movie alibi of his?
You consider that an alibi?
Casey, I don't think Mr. Judd knows anything more about those guests than we've just told him.
Because you're a sap for his Prince Charming act.
Sometimes you talk like a schoolboy, and a backward one.
Oh. Well, if you ask me, I think Miss Williams is right.
Oh, you've fallen for his personality, too,
I
right?
don't fall for personalities. I think this case will be finally written off as murder and suicide by James Royce, and nothing more.
Logan, I have a hunch that you're wrong. Cigarette, Ethelbert?
Thanks, Casey. On the basis of what you've told me, you haven't any good arguments to suspect this Carlton Judd.
Of course he hasn't, Ethelbert. He jumped to a sudden conclusion.
I did not jump to any conclusion about Judd, Ann. This thing just isn't simple. Now, for instance, why was that note printed? And with lipstick?
Well, maybe Mrs. Royce's vanity was the real cause of her husband's jealousy. And Royce used the lipstick as a symbol of that vanity.
Go on and ring, you... All right. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking, and it's almost closing time, so don't... Oh, Mr. Burt.
Pretty dead.
Yeah.
Just a minute. It's for either you or Miss Williams, Casey.
You go ahead and take it in.
Okay. Hello, Bert. What's that? Who is? Well, we'll get right over there.
What?
An unidentified woman has just been found dead outside the Crofts Hall apartment.
An unidentified...
Outside the Crofts Hall?
She apparently fell or was thrown from a window in the same building unit where Carlton Judd lived.
The dead woman been identified yet, Logan?
Yes, Casey. She's a servant named Mattie Saunders who worked for a Mr. Robert Willis.
Robert Willis?
Well, that's the man who gave the party where
Coincidence, isn't it?
What have you learned about this Mattie Saunders, Logan?
Not much, except she was nosy and a tippler.
Nosy?
Have you talked to Willis yet?
No, I got here only a short time before you did, Miss Williams. And, Doc hasn't completed his examination of the body. Doc, how are you coming?
Give me another minute, Captain.
She's crawling back of these bushes.
Yeah, Casey.
Where is the Willis apartment?
Up on the top floor. You can see its windows up there, all of them wide open.
Okay, Captain.
Oh, what's the verdict, Doc?
That woman's fall was no accident.
No?
She died between 9:30 and 10 o'clock last evening.
Between 9:30 and 10?
Yes, Casey. Bone fractures, obviously caused by the fall, occurred a considerable time after the woman was dead.
The body was dropped from one of those windows up there to simulate an accident.
Definitely, Miss Williams.
I'm going up and have a talk with Ron Carrasco's friend, Mr. Robert Willis.
Wait a minute, Logan. Wait. I think he'll save a lot of time by paying a visit first to the Carlton Judd apartment.
Oh, Casey, Mr. Judd's apartment's on the opposite side of this building.
Yeah, this Saunders woman couldn't have been tossed out of one of its windows. They don't face this way.
Well, the other apartment on the Judd floor faces this way. And Judd told us the tenants are in Europe.
So?
Logan, didn't you ever make a snowball and roll it down a hill? You know how it picks up more snow, it gets bigger and bigger until it finally gets out of control? Well, murder can be like that. One killing can lead to another. I think the explanation will be found in Carlton Judd's apartment. Logan, are you going up there with me, or shall I go alone?
Captain, I've been asleep for some time. I can't see what possible excuse you have for waking me at this hour. All I know about this unfortunate Saunders woman is that she was employed by a fellow tenant here. Why bother me?
It was Casey's idea that we disturb you, Mr. Judd. I'm here in the role of innocent bystander.
And so am I.
Oh, Mr. Casey?
Oh, see, there's unmelted ice in this highball glass on your table.
Hey, you couldn't have been asleep very long.
You had too much on your mind to make sleep possible.
You brought me very disturbing news earlier tonight.
I'm going to disturb you further by telling you a theory I have about the death of Mrs. Royce and her husband.
What is this theory?
James Royce wasn't the only person who was jealous. Mrs. Royce was strangled to death here in your apartment.
You're mad.
Mm-hmm. The killer carried the body downstairs to the Royce car and was seen by this maid, Mattie Saunders, who had the reputation of being nosy.
Go on.
Thank you. I think it was the killer's intention to drive the Royce car containing the body to some out-of-the-way place and wreck it. But the snowball of murder was rolling. It had been picked up. Mattie Saunders, who mustn't be allowed to tell what she'd seen. She was known as a tippler, so the killer probably found it very easy to persuade her to come up to his apartment for a drink. And when she reached there, she was hit on the head.
Mr. Casey.
Let me finish, Mr. Judd. When the killer found the Royce car gone, he realized the body of Mrs. Royce was sure to be discovered and traced back to the Crofts Hall, where inquiry would naturally lead to the apartment of Royce's employer. But the killer had to roll the snowball further. Royce must be made to appear the murderer of his wife, and that could only be accomplished by Royce's death.
So your killer arranged Royce's apparent suicide?
Yes. But he still had a problem. Mattie Saunders' body had to be disposed of. Pushing it from a window in the unoccupied apartment next door, which was directly under the one where she had worked, seemed an easy solution. Well, that's my case, Mr. Judd.
It's a good case. Such a good case that I shan't attempt to deny my guilt.
Would you admit?
Yes, Captain. I am the killer.
Carlton Judd, I place you under arrest.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it, Logan. Hold it. Mr. Judd hasn't murdered anyone.
Hasn't?
What?
Mr. Casey, I've just confessed.
Mr. Judd, where's your wife?
My wife? She's not here. She left for California yesterday.
That's what she told you.
I swear.
When we were here a few hours ago, this big ashtray was clean and empty. Now it's full of cigarette butts. You don't leave lipstick stains on cigarettes, do you, Mr. Judd? Is Mrs. Judd still in this apartment? Or did she go back to her hiding place next door?
I'm here.
Alice.
Mrs. Judd.
I can't let you take the blame for what I've done, Carl. Take me to jail, Captain.
You killed...
Yes.
No, Alice. She's lying, Captain. It was I.
It's no use. Try to forgive me, if you can. Mr. Casey, when you came here before, it was plain to me that you suspected my husband. I was listening in the apartment next door. It was your obvious suspicion of him that overcame the madness that has possessed me for a long time. The insane jealousy that tonight reached its climax. For his protection, I came to him after you had gone and told him about the horrible things I'd done. When we heard you at the door again, I wanted to give myself up and get it over. But he wouldn't let me. He hoped to save me. Don't blame him for that. Don't blame him for anything. He's a fine man.
I know. Now, there's a whole lot I don't know when I...
Take it easy, Logan. You'll get the full story later.
This Mrs. Judd gave her husband the idea she was going to California so she could spy on him, Casey, and maybe catch him pulling something?
Yeah, Ethelbert. For a long time, she'd been jealous of her husband. And she'd convinced herself that he liked Mrs. Royce much too well. Well, Mrs. Judd hid herself in that empty apartment with her ear to the wall and her eye to the keyhole.
And last night, after Royce got those contracts he was supposed to take to Mr. Judd, he had a violent headache. And he sent his wife with him to Judd's apartment instead.
Mrs. Royce went there with him and let herself in with a key her husband had given her for just that purpose.
And Mrs. Judd jumped to the worst possible conclusion, flew into an insane rage, and never gave Mrs. Royce the slightest opportunity to explain. She simply burst into the room and choked her to death.
You know what happened from then on.
Yeah, the snowball rolled. What made you finally suspect Mrs. Judd instead of her husband, Casey? That lipstick she used in that suicide setup?
No, that wasn't the main thing that made Mr. Judd a difficult suspect in Casey's theory.
No, it wasn't, Annie.
Oh, what was?
You see, the Judd Manufacturing Company makes electrical equipment. After I really started to think, I couldn't see a guy who was familiar with electricity rigging a phony suicide setup with gas. Seems Judd would have known that a faulty doorbell or a switch could throw a spark that'd blast the house to pieces and wreck the whole setup that he'd taken so much pains to leave.
I see. Miss Williams, this Casey's a clever guy.
Yes, Ethelbert, I agree with you. Come on, Annie. Say something nice for a change.
You're quite a guy, Casey.
Thanks, kid.
What a guy you'd be if you only had Mr. Judd's lovely manners and charm.
Ethelbert, I'm almost sorry I didn't frame that mug.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This I believe. Unlike most people in the world of entertainment, band leader Stan Kenton has refused to be governed in his profession by popular likes and dislikes. This course has meant much hard work and a long wait for recognition. Here is the creed which has inspired Stan Kenton's career.
I am at present 41 years of age. It is difficult to even imagine what changes will come about within me in the rest of my life that lies ahead. My values and the justification of my theories concerning the existence of mankind are the results of my education and experiences as I have lived to this day. My only and real concern is the development of humanity in all phases. Humanity is a vast, all-encompassing term applying to all of the peoples of not only my own country, but of the entire world. Because the essence of the laws of nature is growth and development, change is a positive thing and always for a better state of being. It is necessary for all effort and endeavor in every phase of achievement to be thrown into one gigantic storehouse to be used as humanity's needs are made evident. Man is most complex. There are three parts of him that must grow evenly and steadily. Some things contribute to his spiritual development, and others to his intellectual self, and necessary also are his needs for emotional growth. No one part of our culture can lead over the others for very long without having to be detained to wait for the development of the rest that must be a part of the overall growth for everyone. My work pertains to the arts. To be more specific, I'm a part of the modern world of music. I have found that as I became more appreciative of the arts, I developed sensitivities that broadened my awareness of others' needs. Music is food for the emotions, and greater demands are being made of it constantly because we are reaching deeper into our inner selves. As time moves on, the emotional hunger can only be satisfied by music that constantly says more. I want to be a part of this creative need in satisfying the desire for fresh music. A most reassuring thought to me personally is that in creating and performing in my own field, I am actually helping to condition people to accept growth in other phases of their development. And by the same function of others in this tremendously involved mechanism of humanity, I gain and grow to another level along with the rest of mankind. To attempt to list in itemized form all of the varied contributions made to all people by individual effort would be totally futile. It is consolation enough to know that every moment is being used to help make the world better for those that are a part of it. Each man works and contributes in his own way, and all effort somehow is a part of the total gain for all. All I have and enjoy today was given me by those that came before. My music would not be such without the music created in the past. My strong obligation is to those with whom I live and to those that come after me. I must help through my music to make life more rich in emotional awareness. In my field of endeavor, I'm attempting to replace the conventional type of hackneyed material with a more contemporary form of music that will more nearly satisfy the needs of today. In considering the vastness of mankind since the beginning of time, no one can possibly believe that his generation or his personal self is more important than any other period or person since the beginning of humanity's existence. No one person or group of people can live happily without the help of others. Regardless of the differences of individual purpose, we are dependent upon each other. What I have stated so far is the philosophy that propels me, and without these things I can see no reason for tomorrow. This I believe.
That was Stan Kenton, whose music, like his beliefs, is both imaginative and unique.
Now, Crime Does Not Pay, starring Diana Barrymore as Judy Fraser in Carnival Frail. It was called Joe and Judy's Ball and Bucket. It was the old bucket game. You came through the milling crowd on the shabby, scrawny Midway. You stood at a scarred counter and you threw rubber balls at a bucket. If 3 of your 5 chances stayed in the bucket, you won a prize. Some incredibly cheap ornament or a slyly disreputable doll. That was all, as far as you could see. Well, it was fun, particularly if you won while your friends lost. This, of course, was up to Judy, who decorated the tawdry booth with a pretty, if hard, face and a fulsome and well-displayed figure. You see, Joe did the barking and Judy pulled the string. The string attached the plunger under the bucket. When the string was pulled, the plunger took the life out of the bottom of the bucket, and the ball stayed in. So simple, so convenient for Joe and Judy. That was the setup and the operation the night this history begins.
Yes, sir, here it is, folks. Chance of a lifetime. Win a big prize. Step right up. Pitch the old baseball right into the bucket. 3 hits out of 5, you win the prize. 3 hits stay in the bucket to get the Cupid doll. That's the deal. 3 out of 5 and 5 for 15 cents, that is. Take a chance, folks. Come on. What's taking you so long, fella? Come on, peg it.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, too much on the ball, son. That way they bounce right out again.
Yeah, looks that way, mister. How's this?
Uh-oh, another miss. Well, some shortstop you'd make.
Hey, you sure that bucket ain't got no rubber bottom?
You kidding, son? Come on, peg that baseball. The string, Judy.
Check.
Good girl, Judy. 2 more tries, fella.
Here we go. There it is. Start picking a prize, honey.
Let the string go, Judy.
Aren't you the first time? Our winners tonight.
Once more. Oh, shucks.
Well, try again, fella. Try the 5 for the prize, only 15 cents.
No, I've had enough. Nobody takes me more than once.
Like to watch me try it, young man?
You? Mr. Sanford?
Well, why not? I relax, too, even though I do live on the hill.
But the old boy's good. Are you, good, mister?
Good enough to put 3 baseballs in that bucket, little lady.
And, keep 'em there, mister?
I think so.
Double or nothing, Mr. Sanford?
Well, explain that, young man.
You keep 3 in, you get the 5 free and 5 more. You miss, you pay me 30 cents.
A big bet. Well, I'll take it. Let me have the first 5.
Here you are, sir.
Hey, this I gotta see. Martin Sanford at the carnival.
No distractions now.
Then I'd better get out of here.
Oh, not at all, young lady. You'll be my inspiration. Here I go.
Hey, for the love of Mike. That's terrific, Mr. Sanford.
Yeah, ain't it? Here's your next 5. Nobody can say Joe King Welch's.
Very well. Watch me. Now.
Okay. 2 prizes for the man from the hill. What'll they be?
Well, I wonder now. Oh, yes. That big box of candy and the cute little doll.
Here you are.
Oh, you did fine, Mr. Sanford. Very good. Better than anybody. You're all right.
And so are you. Miss Judy, isn't it?
That's right. Miss Judy.
More of the prizes out for you. And don't let this fellow make you put them back on the shelf.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Thank you so much.
Not at all. What would I do with a candy and a doll?
Well, how do you like that? The richest guy in town. Wow.
Oh, pardon me, miss. How do you do, Miss Judy?
Why, it's Mr. Sanford.
Yes, it is. So nice to bump into you like this.
Yes, you did bump into me, didn't you? Mr. Martin Sanford.
I see you've heard the sign on the door. Yes, that's the Sanford Bank, my bank, and my real estate company up there, 2nd floor.
Mr. Sanford, it just struck me. The name of this town is Sanfordville.
That's right.
Then your family founded it. You're the leading citizen.
You make it sound like something exciting.
Oh, but it is exciting and wonderful. And here you stand on Main Street talking to an ordinary carnival girl. What will Mrs. Sanford say?
Why shouldn't I stand here, Miss Judy? And there is no Mrs. Sanford.
Oh? Well, I hope you come up and see us at the grounds when you have time.
Well, now, don't you think it's a trifle noisy out at the carnival, Miss Judy?
Perhaps it is.
Then would you do me the honor of having dinner with me some evening? That is, if it doesn't interfere with your schedule of work.
It won't interfere. You tell me when.
I would, but I'm sure a young lady like you will have, younger men to spend her free time with.
Oh, you underrate yourself, Mr. Sanford.
Then this evening, perhaps.
What? I think that'd be very nice. You know, Mr. Sanford, I haven't a thing to do with myself today. From this minute on.
Your friend Joe works hard, doesn't he, my dear?
Oh, we all work hard in the carnival. All carnies do.
All what?
Oh, carnies, that's us. People in the show.
Oh, I see. Live and learn.
That reminds me. You want to see how you won the other night?
Yeah, I won by putting the ball in the bucket.
Ah, did you? Come here. Look through the flap of the tent. Here. See the string Joe's got wrapped around his ankle behind the counter there?
Yes, whatever for?
Well, I usually hold it. See how it disappears under the table holding the bucket?
Yes.
That string is attached to a plunger. When it's full, the plunger makes the bottom of the bucket hard. The balls stay in the bucket. When the string is loose, the bottom of the bucket, well, it's sort of like a rubber pad. The balls bounce out. The harder you throw, the harder they bounce out.
But that's not honest.
That's the suckers, Martin. The world is full of them.
I don't like this, Judy. Not any of it.
Not any of it? Not even me.
I don't like it for you. Judy, I want to take you out of this, my dear. You're too lovely to spend your life in this atmosphere. I want to give you lovely things. Real jewels to wear.
Mr. Stanford, if you're saying what I think you're saying,
I'm asking you to marry me, Judy. I'm a lot older than you, I know, but I'm wiser, too. I'll give you security, love. And if you don't love me, well, perhaps you'll learn to.
Oh, Martin, can you forgive me for thinking the other thing?
I'll forgive you everything, Judy, dear. Everything and anything, if you'll just say yes.
Oh, Martin, you're corny. You really are, but the answer, what else could the answer be but yes?
Where you been, Judy? You know you're still to come on. Get to work, huh?
I'm tired, Joe. Tired of the noise, the racket, the suckers, the pulling up and traveling and setting up in some other jerk town a day later.
Save it, kid, save it. You're a carny and you always will be.
I'm trying to tell you, Joe. We're through. I'm quitting.
Now, on. You ain't struck no gold mine.
Yeah, maybe I have. Maybe I've struck it rich.
What do you mean you struck it rich? How'd you get rich, Judy?
How would I get rich? Look at me, Joey. Look at me. All over.
I don't see nothing I ain't seen before.
Yeah, but suppose you hadn't seen it before. And suppose you weren't so young anymore. And you wanted what you saw. What would you give for it, Joey? A certificate of marriage, maybe?
You're gonna marry that old geezer? Judy, you're nuts. You'll never make it stick. Why, he's old enough to be your grandfather.
Yeah, I'm gonna marry the old geezer. He asked me, which is more than you ever did.
Don't kid me, Judy. No carnival frail wants that piece of paper. Except it's got a gold back.
This one has. And get this, Joey. I'm quitting your old bucket game. I'm going to live in a house on the hill, see? This frail is making good. And nothing you can do will... Joey, I'm not forgetting. Leave it to Judy. Before you know it, I'll be able to take care of you, too.
Oh, it's you, my dear, going out?
Oh, yes, darling. I'm going out shopping. You were in your study.
Well, run along, sweetheart. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Husband mine.
You like that word, don't you? Husband, I mean.
Who wouldn't with you, Martin? See you later, dear.
Take care of yourself, dear. Don't drive too fast.
Hiya, Judy, baby.
Joe. Joe, quick. The garage. He might see you.
Okay. I'm coming. Quite the layout. Nice car. The works.
What's wrong, Joe?
I need dough. Give.
I don't have any. Everything's charge account.
Well, then sell some of the stuff. I want dough. I want it today.
How many times do I have to tell you I don't have any?
Well, then get it. Why do you suppose the old geezer would like to know what he meant?
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I? It's a great story. A Connie dame, a frail who was a knife thrower, a sharp kid who worked every sideshow in the Midway, including the Hooters, and some we don't mention in polite company.
I tell you, it's too soon. You'll kill the goose, Joey. You can't do that. You know I'm square with you, Joey. You know...
What do I do in the meantime? Panhandle nickels?
Joe, will you work with me? Not against me. Will you take a ride on this thing with me?
How? Keep talking.
I can get you a job as his valet. The man just quit. I'll talk Martin into taking you on. Then we'll both be in on this. And it's soft, Joey. It's soft.
In just a moment, Crime Does Not Pay will continue with Carnival Frail. Now we continue with Crime Does Not Pay, starring Diana Barrymore as Judy Fraser in Carnival Frail. Judy managed to talk Martin Sanford into taking Joe as his valet. It took some doing, but the old man couldn't deny her anything like that. And so for 6 months, there was peace in the house. Joe did his work, stayed away from Judy in public, and all was well on the surface. But the day came when Judy found charge accounts too limiting. There were questions concerning occasional things she bought, items which seemed to disappear rather soon after they were purchased. There were little impatiences, too. Martin Sanford was not a stupid man. However, it was Judy herself who broke the quiet first.
Martin, why don't you let me have an allowance?
You don't want for anything, do you, dear?
Oh, Martin, must you play with your toys, even when I want to talk seriously?
My collection of weapons is the finest in the state. They're not toys. Far from it. This knife...
Ah, yes, I know all about that. Can I have an allowance, Martin?
May I?
All right, may I?
No.
I'm your wife, Martin. I'm entitled to a reason.
You don't need cash.
I can't go around without a penny in my purse. It's shameful. I have to charge ice cream sodas even.
Then don't drink them.
You treat me like a child. You're making me hate you. Like everybody who owes you or the bank anything hates you all over town.
What do you know about that?
I hear talk. I see people give me looks. I know. Now you're treating me like you treat them. Before we were married, it was different.
It all was different before. You learned to accept your position, Judith. You're my wife. To the outside world, you have position, wealth. And you will live up to them. Here, you're going to do as I say.
You spend more on your guns and knives than you do on me.
It's my money, and one word from you, Judith, and I'll change my will. You understand? Now, think that over, young lady. I'm going upstairs for a nap.
I hate him. I hate him. I can't stand him.
Easy, baby, easy. Oh, that's no way. You killed a goose, you know.
Leave me alone.
Not if I can help it. You got a temper, sweetheart.
Stop it, Joe. If anyone hears you...
That's better. Play the game. We're doing okay in a lot of ways.
Okay, I said.
When the time comes, I'll tip you off, and then we split the works. We go okay. Hey, what you doing? Playing with knives, baby?
Yeah, he left it there when he slammed out of here.
Like to do this with it, baby?
Joe, don't.
Yeah, I know. You don't like to handle a knife by the handle. You like to toss him by the point.
Put it away, Joe.
Just what I'm doing, you see? There we are. Yeah, right in a glass case. Like where the old geezer would like to keep you so he can show you off to his friends.
Stop it, Joe.
Quite a life for a young gal under glass. Ain't you glad I'm around, baby?
I said stop it, Joe. That kind of talk won't get you any place.
I like to see you boil, baby. You're real beautiful when you're sore. Take it easy, kid. Won't be long now.
They're both mean, nasty. The old man in an old man's way. Joey in a different way. Joey, maybe because he's spending his share before he gets it. His share? Why should he share? What did he do to get me into this house? I married the old man. I talked him into hiring Joe. It's been me. Judy Fraser all the way. Funny. I never think of myself as Judy Sanford. Only Judy Fraser. And I'll be Judy Fraser. Why not? Why not? Both of them. Both of them at the same time. Why not? Hello. Hello, operator. I think there's something wrong with my telephone. No, not the line. Just the bell. Would you ring me back, please? Thank you very much.
Judith.
I'm coming downstairs, Martin.
Never mind. I'll let you can stay up there. Hello? What's that?
That's the last phone you'll answer. I haven't forgotten how to throw him. Right in the back.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Sanford, but I thought I'd better tell you first.
Who are you?
Detective Bush, ma'am. Captain McCardle sent me over to make an arrest.
Make an arrest?
Yes, ma'am. The fingerprints were on the handle. Clear as a bell. Funny, he didn't think to wear gloves.
Prints? Whose fingerprints?
The valet's, ma'am. Mr. King's. I have a warrant here for Joe King. First-degree murder.
Done your job, Bush?
Yes, Captain. King's in the tank. Put up quite a squawk, but he's calmed down now. That's funny, though.
Oh? You think there's something funny, too?
Yes, sir. What with all the folks around this town who had good reason to hate old Sanford's guts, fellas he foreclosed, folks he took homes away from, what all not. Funny, he's finally knocked off by an ex-carny who's working in his house.
I see. That's what you think's funny. Me, I don't like the prints.
They're clean? Just the way he grabbed the knife and rammed it in?
I know, just the way he grabbed the knife, but it doesn't necessarily mean he rammed it in. In fact, Bush, those prints are so clean, I'm pretty sure King didn't stab anybody with it. If he had, the prints would be blurred. Oh, it just could be, you know, that knife was held by the point and thrown. Oh, Mrs. Sanford. Thank you so much for coming down here.
You're very welcome, Captain McCardle, isn't it?
That's right. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Sorry to bother you this way, but there were a few items, papers and all, so the estate can be released to you. Just police routine, and it's so much easier to handle here.
Oh, don't apologize, Captain. You're a busy man, and I have nothing but time.
Wonder what can be holding up that clerk. Will you excuse me a moment? Just make yourself comfortable. You smoke if you want to.
Thank you again, Captain. So simple, so easy. The hand is quicker than the eye.
All right, get in. Hey, you. Captain wants to talk. All right, okay. You don't have to shout, copper.
Joe.
Well, hey, Rube. Well, look who's here. The rich girl who lives on the hill.
Joe, why did you do it, Joey? Why?
Why did I do it? Why, you no good Connie Frail. I know, I can't prove nothing. But I'll bet 100 to 1 that knife was thrown from the landing of the stairs. I ought to beat it out of you.
Joey, listen, I'll get you a lawyer. The best in the country. I'll save your neck, Joey. And after you get out.
You will, baby? You'll do that for me? You will?
I promise, Joey. After our days together. Sure, I'll do it for you.
Oh, baby, in that knife-throwing racket, too. Oh, you were great. That's when I went for you. Yeah, standing out there in that shiny costume, which wasn't much of nothing, tossing them knives. I seen all your other acts, baby. But the one with the knives? No, sensational.
Yeah, I didn't forget how, Joey.
You bet you didn't. And with all those other knives, you threw the one with my prints on it.
This gets you nothing, Joey.
Don't it? Now I know you did it. I'm telling McCardle and Bush. I'm not burning for no Frail.
No, Joey, no. No, you can't. You mustn't. You
shut your rotten trap.
Hold him, Bush.
Wait a minute. Leave me alone.
All right, Mrs. Sanford, that does it, I guess.
What do you mean? I'll have you know.
Sorry, it won't work, Judy Fraser Sanford. We checked King's background. We found you in it. We checked you. After what we heard just now, you're through, lady. No matter how much they hated old man Sanford, no jury panel in this county will let you get away with murder.
Crime does not pay. Diana Barrymore, who was starred as Judy Fraser in Carnival Frail, will be back with you in just a moment. Now, here in person is Diana Barrymore.
I think, in all fairness, it should be made perfectly clear that Judy Fraser is not typical of the people of the carnival. They, too, are show people, and like the vast majority of all people in all walks of life, they're honest, decent, hard-working citizens. But, as in all walks of life, warped, cruel, selfish personalities appear at times in show business. Judy Fraser happened to be a woman like that. A woman whose greed got the better of her brains. She was too smart, too clever. She lost sight, as most criminals do, of the most important fact of all, that for rich, for poor, for great or for small, crime does not pay.
Thank you, Miss Barrymore. Crime Does Not Pay is written by Ira Marion and directed by Mark D. Loeb, with music composed and conducted by John Gart. Technical advisor is Burton D. Turkis. The events, characters, and names used in the story you have just heard are fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. This is Bob Williams speaking.
This, I believe. Stanley C. Allen is president of the National Cash Register Company. In 1913, he joined the company as an accountant and, in typical success story fashion, worked his way to the top. He is active in business and civic affairs in Dayton, Ohio, putting into practice his belief that good employee and community relations are the primary responsibility of management. This is Stanley Allen's creed.
It has always seemed to me that those beliefs which have shaped my life come from two sources. One is a faith which does not ask for proof. The other is personal experience, the lessons that can be learned only through living. I believe in God because I have faith that there is a supreme being, a power greater than that of man. I believe in people because I have faith that most men and women want to do the right thing. On the foundation of these basic beliefs, life rears a further structure drawn from personal experience. For me, an important part of that structure began in an early association with a college professor. This man changed the whole course of my life. I wanted to be a mining engineer and go to the Far East. He urged me to study for the field of business, which I did. More important than that, his philosophy of life made an indelible impression upon me. He always said that he wanted his students to remember two things above all others. One was the importance of being able to get along with people. The other, a determination never to be satisfied with the mediocre. Today I can appreciate what he sought to implant in our minds far more than I did then. I believe that only as I seek to understand the viewpoints, the hopes and the aspirations of others, can I hope for success in business and in community life. There is nothing mysterious about getting along with other people. It's my experience that we're all much the same in what we like and do not like and the way others treat us. We all respond to human understanding. We're all eager to play on the team if given a chance. As a founder of our business always said, you can buy head power and hand power, but you have to earn heart power. It has been said every institution is but the lengthened shadow of one man. Today in our complex society, I believe it is more accurate to say every institution is a lengthened shadow of teams of men. If success and happiness at the level of our daily lives stem from the practice of good human relations, I believe the same rule applies to the broader areas of understanding among the peoples of the world. I do not say there's a quick or easy solution. But when a beginning is made toward finding one, it seems to me that it will start with a recognition of the dignity of the individual and a respect for the beliefs of others, however different they may be from our own. Those differences may not be as insurmountable as most people think. I learned a little lesson along that line in Singapore recently. We wanted to give a dinner for our entire organization, but were told it would be impossible. Mohammedans would eat only food prepared by Mohammedans, would not sit at the same table with Hindus, Chinese, or Europeans. Nevertheless, the dinner was held with 3 separate tables with different kinds of food and with everybody happy. It was not too difficult to conform with different ideas once the effort was made. Going back to my college professor, I believe we fall short in the field of human understanding because all too often the effort made to understand others is not equal to the challenge. In the realm of material things, we have never been satisfied with the mediocre. I cannot help but wonder what might be achieved if that same intensity of purpose were applied in the seeking of better human relations. We have progressed in science and technology, but there's been woefully little progress in the creation of a common meeting ground for human understanding. I believe that those who accept leadership today or have it thrust upon them, whether men or nations, are going to have to find such a meeting ground. I believe also that the most useful persons in the world today are the men and women who know how to get along with other people.
That was Stanley C. Allen of Dayton, Ohio. He is president of the National Cash Register Company.
Calling all detectives. A murdered man, a wire recorder that didn't record, and a shoe full of diamonds. These are the exhibits on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. You don't have to be a mind reader to be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, but it certainly helps. The office of Chet Pearson, private detective, might have been my office. The same battered desk, a telephone, a big steel filing cabinet, a couple of straight-back chairs. There was only one difference. In this office, Chet Pearson lay slumped across the desk. He'd been shot 4 times through the heart. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide walked over to me.
I'm taking that filing cabinet over to headquarters, Jerry. Check through all of Pearson's cases for possible lead.
I nodded. I suppose you have to. But I don't think you'll find anything, Dawson. The cabinet was unlocked. Nothing in it looks disturbed. Dawson seemed inclined to agree, but just the same.
Couple of you men, pick up that file cabinet. Easy. It's heavy.
2 cops started walking the cabinet across the floor. As they did, something wedged between the cabinet and the wall fell clattering to the floor. Dawson pounced on it, then turned to me.
A spool of wire. Know anything about this, Jerry?
I took the spool, examined it. Chet was a radio amateur, had his own shortwave call letters, made a lot of his own equipment. I turned the spool over in my hand. Dawson, you suppose this could be from a wire recorder? Because if it is, there may be voices on it. Even the voice of Pearson's killer. In the office of a murdered private detective who was also a radio amateur, we found a spool of wire that looked as though it might be the kind of wire on which voices can be recorded. At the police laboratory, the lab technician took the wire spool, threaded it into the machine.
I don't think the stuff is recording wire. Too thin. Well, try it anyway.
I watched as the technician uncoiled the snapped wire from the machine.
Pearson must have used this wire to wind coils. Certainly didn't record voice on it.
And that was the end of a potential clue. I picked up the spool. Mind if I take this?
Go ahead. It's worthless to us.
With the wire in my pocket, I went on back to my office, sat down at my own battered desk, stared at my own filing cabinet and straight-back chairs. Not much to show for 10 years of risking your life. But then I never knew an honest private detective who got rich from his work. Chet Pearson was honest. And at the end of the road, all he got was 4 slugs in his heart as payment in full. That and a little short-wave station that he'd mostly built himself. An idea stirred at the back of my head. Hello, Chronicle. I want to place a classified ad under personals. Well, I'll read it to you. Jerry Browning, private detective, announces that he has taken over the practice of Chet Pearson, deceased. Confidential investigations. Conversations recorded with latest electronic equipment as perfected by Pearson. Put on my name and address, substituted for my regular ad until canceled. The clerk in the radio parts store thought I was crazy.
A portable recording set strapped around your body? Well, sure, it could be done, but with batteries that weigh over 50 pounds, and it looked like a radio set with shoes.
2 hours later, I had a lapel microphone with wires leading from it to an arrangement of coils and miniature batteries strapped around my waist. Best of all was a little housing containing a tiny spool of recording wire that wound from one reel onto another when I pressed a button in my pocket.
You understand it's not doing anything, just winding from one side to the other. That dough guys will spend just for a laugh.
When I got back to my office, I had a conversation with Dawson and warned him about my ad. Then I waited. The ad got almost immediate results. People for whom Pearson had worked and who assumed I'd made some sort of arrangement with his heirs to buy his practice. I stalled all offers of cases until Jonathan T. Olcott arrived. He was tall, suave, and bulged suspiciously in the vicinity of his left armpit. Mr. Browning, I'm a dealer in precious stones, and my business is of such a nature that I occasionally require proof of certain conversations. I leaned back in my chair. I know all about you, Mr. Olcott. Pearson left a spool with part of a conversation you had with him recorded on it. I eased my jacket open, let Olcott look at the apparatus. See that wire turning? It's recording our conversation through this lapel microphone, just like Pearson always did with his visitors. Olcott's hand slipped inside his jacket and came out with a revolver. I ignored it. In fact, I laughed right out loud. Wait a second, till I disconnect this thing and get it off. I removed the belt from around my waist, tossed it on my desk. That's better. I looked up at Olcott. Now, don't you think you'd better put that gun away? After all, the other spool isn't here. I've got that one in a vault. Olcott hesitated, lowered the gun. You're sure that thing is disconnected? I nodded, showed him that the wire wasn't turning anymore. You can talk freely now, but you'd better talk money. Olcott smiled with approval. I like a smart man. And you're what? If Pearson had been smart, he'd still be alive. He slipped the gun back into its holster. I won't make any offer for the wire, but you can work with me. I frowned.
I need money fast. This stuff was expensive.
You'll make 10 grand on the first job. The Mocambe Queen is docking tomorrow. 2 sailors are carrying 20 uncut diamonds in false linings of their shoes. They'll have shore leave about 10:30. We'll be waiting for them.
I got up, sauntered around the desk. We sure will. 2 cops walked in, strode over to Walcott, yanked him to his feet, snapped handcuffs over his wrists.
So he fell for the orgictograph trick. A smart hijacker like that.
I glanced at the junk on my desk. Just goes to prove that an old trick can always be given a new twist and brought up to date. Okay, take him away. The 2 sailors from the Mocambe Queen were met as they came ashore, not by hijackers, but a police squad that arrested them and confiscated their smuggled gems. At that, the men were lucky. They might have met Olcott and fared much worse. That's what Olcott was, a crook who preyed on other crooks, a hijacker of smuggled stones. Pearson had been investigating the murder of a seaman for a steamship line that was his client, and he ran across Olcott's trail. Olcott tried to buy him off, and when that failed, used simpler means to shut Pearson's mouth. Like I said, in this detective business, it isn't what you know that counts, but what the other fellow thinks you know. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Don't be too sure about that, Wentworth. What do you mean? Don't forget that skeleton there. He was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here. Or murdered. What of it? Oh, nothing. Nothing except this.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Line is Dead. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Faith Blau is The Line is Dead. The gash in the green lawn of Brookside Memorial Park awaits the body of Albert Lockridge, scientist and explorer. There are few who have followed him to his last resting place, for Albert Lockridge was not one who was prodigal with his affection. And so beside the yawning grave stands his wife, Lenore.
Albert.
Finishing the short service, the minister says,
And so, unto dust you are now committed. You may lower the casket.
Strong hands grasp the straps attached to the coffin. The pulleys sing their discordant dirge, a strange melody, heard over the soft weeping of Lenore Lockridge. Suddenly...
Listen, knocking in the coffin. Albert, we hear you. We know you're alive.
Raise the casket. Raise the casket. Yes, sir.
He is all right, isn't he, Dr. George?
He seems to be, but...
But what?
Well, you can't blame me if I'm a little hesitant in giving my opinion.
You mean you're not sure that he will?
Yes.
Oh.
After all, Mrs. Lockridge, my position is a little awkward. I signed the death certificate feeling certain that your husband was dead. And now I'm naturally reluctant to predict just what course his convalescence will take.
I think I understand. The only thing that really matters is that my husband's lying in his bed at home and not in the cold, black earth of Brookside. Isn't that true?
You're a very sensible woman.
Albert will get better.
Probably. But we'll have to watch his heart.
His heart?
These strange spells when his heart seems to stop, when I thought it had stopped. Each attack is an added strain.
But the strain of regaining consciousness in the coffin, he withstood that when even a healthy person might not have.
Well, he's a hard person to kill.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Well, this time it was a pretty close call. If he'd come to even 10 minutes later, Mrs. Lockridge, no one would have ever known.
Albert.
Lenore? Is that you?
Albert, the doctor says you'll be fine if you'll only rest.
I can't rest. I've got to ask you a question.
Dear, you've been through so much, too much for any one person, so save any questions you may.
No, this question can't wait. That sealed envelope, Lenore. The one in my desk.
The one I'm supposed to read after your...
Yes, after I'm dead. Lenore, you haven't read it, have you?
No, Albert. I plan to read it after the funeral, just as you told me to.
Sure? You haven't read it?
Of course.
Get it for me. I want to see for myself.
Albert, no, you've so little strength.
But I must know.
You will.
I must know now. Because if you read it, I don't want to live.
Albert, I swear I haven't. Please believe me.
You saw it?
No. Look at me. You can see I'm telling the truth. Look at me.
Yes, I think you are telling the truth.
Mr. Lockridge, another few days, and we'll have you out of that wheelchair.
Sometimes I wonder why you go to all this trouble with me, Doctor.
It's my job.
Yes, but there's so many people who really enjoy life and yet die. Twice now I've been pronounced dead, only to return to life, almost reluctantly.
Reluctantly?
Yes.
You tried awfully hard to get out of the coffin.
The sheer horror of being buried alive. I've always been terrified of it.
Since childhood?
Yes. My nurse locked me in a closet whenever I misbehaved. I always thought I'd be left to die there. Oh, it's not the fact of being dead that bothers me. It's the fear of being buried alive. It's the choking, the futility of crying out.
Yes, it would be a horrible way to die, but...
Excuse me, Doctor. There's a Mr. Burton here to see you, Mr. Lockridge.
Good. Show him in, nurse.
Nurse, take our patient out on the sun porch. I'll send his visitor there.
Mr. Lockridge?
Sit down, Mr. Burton.
Thank you.
Nurse, if you don't mind.
Not at all. If you need me, just call.
Now, Mr. Burton, as I understand your business...
I'm a telephone engineer, specializing in special types of telephone systems.
Yes. Perhaps you've read about me in the paper.
Yeah, sure I have. You're the guy who came back from the grave.
Yes, I'm the guy who came back from the grave. And it strikes me, Mr. Burton, that an occasion might again arise when I might want to do the same thing. That's why I called you.
Come again?
Sometime a doctor again may pronounce me dead. Perhaps I will be, perhaps I won't. And if I'm not, I'd like to feel that I could call for help.
I don't get it.
Mr. Burton, in case it should happen again, I'd like you to install a private telephone from this house to my grave. And, Lenore, you must must promise to keep the phone installed and in working condition for a year after I'm buried.
A year? Darling, that doesn't make any sense.
With a stop-and-go heart of mine doesn't make any sense either.
But, Albert, a year?
The first time, my heart stopped for 6 hours. The next time, nearly 2 days. Who can tell?
Well, a week, a month, perhaps.
I think I'm asking very little.
Well, then think of me, darling. Think of waiting day in and day out for the ring of that telephone. Think of the jumping at every stray bell, at every noise. Darling, you're condemning me to a slow death, like being in a grave above ground.
I still think my request is a modest one, and the least that a wife who loved her husband would do for him.
Albert, don't start that again.
After all, I shall be in my grave. Perhaps I shall be waiting, too, waiting for help that will never come.
Will you please stop this morbid talk? Nothing else seems to be on your mind lately. Besides, it's terribly late, almost midnight.
When death comes to a man slowly, he gets time to think about it. 2 months' time.
Stop it, please.
It seems to me that you are only too anxious to get rid of me.
Albert, how can you even think such a thing after... I've been a good wife, haven't I?
Yes, but you might have made Oliver Wentworth an even better one.
Albert, please don't bring that up again.
What would have happened if Oliver had come back from that expedition with me?
I don't know.
You would have married him, wouldn't you?
Perhaps. I don't know. No.
How can you say that? You were engaged to him, weren't you?
An engagement doesn't always mean marriage.
You did intend to marry him, didn't you?
Of course I did. What of it? You know I intended to.
And you only changed your mind because he was killed. That's why you turned towards me.
Well...
I was nothing in your life.
You were very sweet to me, Albert, then. I could see that you loved me in your peculiar way. I appreciated everything you did for me.
Appreciate?
Oh, Albert, why dig looking for a sore spot? It's not fair to me or to you.
I was nothing in your life, was I? As long as Oliver was alive.
What are you trying to prove?
All the time we've spent together, I've played second fiddle to Oliver Wentworth.
Look, Albert Lockridge, when we married, I said I'd put all thoughts of Oliver out of my mind. Well, I've done it. At least?
At least what? You mean you've tried, but you couldn't.
Oh.
I knew it. You've never loved me. He's always been in your heart.
What are you talking about?
You just said it. If I had died, you would never have given me another thought. But all the time, here, in my own house, he's been living his own memory, haunting you, haunting us. I can't go on like this. It just can't go on. I've struggled with him long enough. He's got to go. No matter what I have to do to crush his memory, I've got to kill it. I've got...
Albert.
Lenore?
What is it?
Lenore, help me. To the chair, my heart.
I've got you. Now, slowly.
No,
Slowly?
I don't think I can make it.
Of course you can. Of course you can. You've got to.
Oh, I can't.
Doctor, are you sure?
Absolutely, Mrs. Lockridge. And this time the 2 heart specialists agree with me.
But, Doctor, in view of what happened before...
We've tried to take that into consideration. But even so...
Well, can't you postpone signing the certificate?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Lockridge. My colleagues and I all agree that your husband is dead. There can be no delay.
Very well, Doctor. Thank you for everything.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lockridge.
Goodbye, Doctor. Hello? Mr. Burton? This is Mrs. Lockridge speaking. My husband died yesterday. He's to be buried tomorrow at Brookside. Will you please be there as he desired to install a telephone in his grave?
A man who was afraid, not of death, but of being buried alive. A telephone to a sealed grave and the great beyond. Will we hear from Albert Lockridge again before the clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at Midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The Line is Dead.
One minute. Oh, Dr. George.
Good evening, Mrs. Lockwood.
It's awfully nice of you to call.
I was worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm fine.
I couldn't come to the funeral. I tried to phone you, but...
The phone's disconnected.
So they said. And so I came over. I rang the bell several times. No answer either. Finally, I knocked.
I've had the doorbell disconnected, too.
You mustn't cut yourself off from the world like this, Mrs. Lockwood.
Believe me, Doctor, that's not my intention. As long as I stand guard at this telephone, I want to be sure that the only bell that ever rings in this house is the one that tells me that Albert's not dead, that he's still alive there in his coffin, that he needs help.
You're really going through with this?
He asked me to. It doesn't seem too much.
Oh, you're only deluding yourself, Mrs. Lockridge, believe me. Waiting this way is only a perverse and completely futile sort of mourning.
I know you can't understand.
I can't. But I do know that this morbid watch will only deepen your grief. Prevent you from making any kind of adjustment to his death.
What difference does it
Now,
make?
you're a young woman, Mrs. Lockridge. You have a whole life ahead of you.
All the more reason for spending some of it as he wanted me to. Doctor, my husband was not the sort of person who inspired affection.
I know.
But in his odd, sometimes unaccountable way, he did love me. Now that he's gone, no one on earth holds any fond memories of him but me.
A heavy responsibility, Mrs. Lockridge. Still, you must take care of yourself.
I will, Doctor.
Assume that he is dead. Mourn him as you will, but don't live in a state of suspended animation. For instance, if he's left a will, don't put off reading it.
There are some papers which I was supposed to read after his death. They're in a sealed envelope in his desk.
Read them. Read them immediately.
No, not yet.
You should. Perhaps they'll contain some message of comfort. Get the envelope now.
Not now, Dr. George, but very soon. Just a moment. Yes? Oh.
Lenore.
Oh, no. No, it can't.
It is. I know I shouldn't have come just like this without warning.
But I've always thought...
That I was dead? Yes, I know.
That's what Albert told me, and you never came back.
No.
Why?
It's a long story, Lenore. A story you ought to hear.
You know that Albert died yesterday?
I know. That's why I came.
Why didn't you come sooner when he was alive? Were you afraid to meet him?
I was afraid to meet you.
Me? Why, Oliver?
By the time I returned, you and Albert were already married.
But even so, we both would have
I
welcomed...
wonder. You see, I knew you thought I was dead. No good would have come of such a meeting. But now everything is different.
Different?
Yes, of course. I loved you then. I love you now.
Oliver.
I've come back for you.
Oliver, you don't understand. How can I even think of such things today?
Lenore, I had to come. I've waited so long. I couldn't wait a day longer.
Can't you see? It's useless even to think about that now. He may still be alive.
I know.
No, it's not right to speak as you do. Not today.
I was afraid you'd think so. Lenore, I wanted to avoid this, but now I see I must tell you. Lenore, neither of us knew Albert Lockridge.
After all, Oliver, I've lived with him.
I still don't think you ever really knew him. I never did, even though I worked with him for many years. That is, until the day we stood in the great hall of the old Aztec temple. The temple we found on that last expedition. The one from which I was not supposed to come back from. We were trying to find a door to an inner chamber.
There must be an opening here somewhere, Wentworth. In every Aztec temple ever found, there was always a room near the altar used to keep ceremonial objects.
I know. Now, wait a minute. Sounds like a little hollow here. Now, what about that slab on the floor?
What about it?
I think that it might... Certainly sounds different. If I were an Aztec priest and I stepped on it like this...
Wentworth, the door! We found the door!
Solid stone. And still working after all these centuries.
Let's take a look inside.
You got the flashlight?
Yes, take the hammer.
Right.
Uh-oh. It's not very pretty. It is a human skeleton, isn't it?
Yes.
Probably trapped in here and left to die.
Ugly death.
Look, Lockridge. Those dishes.
Swing the flashlight over. Gold. Solid gold.
There are more over here. Look, stacks of them.
Watson. We found the treasure.
Now, wait a minute, Lockridge. Let's get this straight. In the first place, I don't think we'd be let out of the country with these gold plates.
Oh, but we can melt them down and smuggle them out.
Melt them down? Now, these things are priceless. Besides, the university sent us here. If the gold belongs to anyone, it's theirs.
No one ever has to know.
Oh, yes, they do, because I'll tell them.
Huh?
It's all very well for you to play the heroic fool.
You've everything you want.
What the devil do you mean?
You know perfectly well. You've got all the money you need. Besides, you have Lenore.
What's she got to do with it?
You do have Lenore, haven't you?
You act as if I took her from you.
You were afraid of me.
Oh, Lockridge, don't be an idiot. Lenore would no more look at you
Oh,
than...
wouldn't she? She'd marry me if you weren't in the way. I know it.
Oh, you fool. She's just being friendly to you because I asked her.
We'll see. If you weren't around...
But I am around. And as far as the gold plates are concerned...
I said we'll see. After all, that skeleton there, he was once a man, too. Until he was trapped in here.
What of it?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Nothing except...
When I came to, I was there in the dark. Flashlight, the gold plate's gone. Left there to die. Trapped behind a stone door.
Oh, no, Oliver, no.
When Albert Lockridge closed that door, in his heart, in his twisted brain, there was only one intention. Murder.
How did you get out?
By luck more than anything else. I had the hammer and I knew where the stone latch was. I started chipping away at it. To this day, I don't know how long it took me, but when I finally got out, I was a sick man. Exhausted. And by the time I was well enough to travel, come home here, you were already married.
And he told me that you'd been killed by natives. Of course, that was a lie, but... Oliver, I still can't believe that your story is completely true either.
But why?
A man who's been the victim of an attempted murder would see that the murderer was punished. You didn't even try to.
Well, Lenore, how could I? He was your husband.
Well, why should that?
Could I brand you as the wife of a murderer? Loving you as I did, as I do? I had to wait. But now let's forget this horrible past.
I can't, no matter how I feel I can't. After all, there's no proof.
Lenore, don't you believe
me?
It's
not just that, don't you see? At any moment, the telephone may ring, telling me that he's alive. If I knew your story were true, perhaps I'd feel differently, but... Now my place is here. I must stay here.
Lenore, please. If you feel any love for me at all...
Will you go, Oliver? Please.
If that's what you wish... Yes, Lenore. I'll go. But remember... I love you.
I don't know why it should matter now, but I still hope you told the truth, Oliver, for them. The papers in the sealed envelope. I promised Dr. George I'd read them. Lenore, there are many things on my mind as I sit writing this last word to you. Many things which no human mind should have to bear without telling another. As I look over my life, I know now it has been an empty mountain.
I've never had a straightforward human emotion and acted on it. My work has been a sort of shadow play which gave my hollow existence an outward tinge of reality. No friend has really touched me, for I cannot be reached. I married you more out of perverse vanity than love. And yet, perhaps because of your loyalty, some spark of love has been kindled in me. Bear this in mind when you go out to the garden. For there, underneath the sundial, you will find a treasure of gold, which should take care of you when I cannot. I had intended to use this gold myself, but I could not because it might incriminate me in the murder of Oliver Wentworth.
People might ask questions, but the murder of Oliver Wentworth. Then his story was true. Oliver! Oh, Oliver! Gone. Well, it can't have gone far, and if I hurry... Oliver! Oliver! Oliver, I'm coming! I'm coming! Oliver!
Telephone ringing in an empty house. A man who is not dead, lying in his coffin, fighting for breath and waiting for an answer that will not come. A fitting payment for
murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death stands waiting at a newly dug grave and the clocks strike 12 for
murder at midnight.
The parts of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Lockridge were played by Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Edward Johnson, with music by Charles Paul. Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This I believe. Stanley Kramer is an independent motion picture producer. In recent years, he has often been referred to as Hollywood's Wonder Boy, or genius on a low budget. And his friends add that he is a dedicated individual, dedicated to an ideal which underlies every picture he has made, including High Noon, The Happy Time, and The Four Poster. What is that ideal? Let's hear it in Stanley Kramer's own words.
Outside of those close to me and my family, one other person has had great influence on my way of living. That was the school teacher I had when I was 9 years old in New York City. Her influence was summed up in one simple statement. She said, "If you want to succeed in life, don't try to court great popularity. The greatest men who ever lived earned their greatness by doing what they felt was right in their hearts, no matter what anyone else thought. Have the courage to be unpopular." I've tried to use this precept as a barometer for a long time now. Sometimes it made for discomfort and many setbacks. I first came to Hollywood as a writer, and I like to think that what I wrote was unpopular instead of just immature. At any rate, a year later I found myself as an $18 a week backlot laborer. With the first 2 pictures I produced, I learned something of the truth of what that teacher had told me. In Champion, the hero was a heel. and Home of the Brave treated the delicate problem of a Negro soldier in an experience with his fellow men. I had put, I hoped, faith, integrity, and sincerity into these pictures, and turned deaf to the veteran showmen who were trying to convince me that I was committing professional suicide. But the public responded to what the pictures had to say, and the way it was said. They supported these pictures lavishly because, and I have always been firm in this belief, the level of public intelligence and taste is much higher than has been credited. More than that, it will respond in large measure to new ideas if they are expounded with vitality and sincerity. I believe that the key to progress and freedom is in the conscious fight against fear of public opinion. It applies to every facet of living and working. It means that a man must dare to protect his basic free ideas against any attempt to throttle them. It implies the courage to break established patterns and launch new ideas and methods. Even without the encouragement of a few early successes, I would still have made my 3 most recent pictures. Each in its own way required for its full expression a certain amount of defiance of popular conceptions in picture making. To make these pictures with sincerity, we had to risk unpopularity by avoidance of popular cliches and compromises. I would prefer to face professional criticism for departure from safe norms in favor of what recognition I may receive from the public for honest exploration of new avenues in entertainment. Cultivation of conformity and popularity is a safe way of life, but a really dull and dishonest one. I believe that it is the individual's obligation to the society in which he lives to preserve his integrity and basic liberties. In more personal terms, this means that I must be prepared to fly in the face of public opinion and stand firm on convictions that I know in my heart to be right. There may be a touch of martyrdom in it, but I firmly believe that that teacher had the ultimate answer when she said, "If you want to succeed in life, have the courage to be unpopular."
That was Hollywood producer Stanley Kramer, a native of New York. He started his career as a Hollywood writer and now heads the Stanley Kramer Company, Incorporated.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Murder Goes to College, or Nick Carter and the Mystery at Spring Lake.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery at Spring Lake. But first, a Christmas suggestion. There's nothing that adds more to hospitable cheer than a bright, well-kept home. American homemakers have learned how much surroundings can mean. That's why they've come to depend on Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, to beautify their walls. And for your floors, woodwork, and furniture, it's those 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Get the 3 great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we start our story today, we find Nick and his assistant Patsy in Nick's car racing toward Mount Albans College for Girls in response to a hurried phone call from the dean of the school.
But if this girl killed herself, Nick, what are you supposed to do? The girl kills herself. There's no criminal to catch.
If it was suicide, Dean Collingwood wants me to find the reason for it.
Oh, isn't that a little out of your line?
Well, yes, it is, Patsy, but she's an old friend of mine, so I said I'd do it.
But why does she care why the girl killed herself?
Oh, she thinks that if some of the parents felt that the girl disliked the school enough to kill herself to get out of it, they'd take their own daughters out of Mount Albans in droves.
Huh?
The school will be ruined.
How did she die, Nick?
The dean said she found a box of sleeping capsules at a table beside the girl's bed, together with an empty water glass. She thought they might be the cause.
Well, when Nicholas Carter gets on the scene, everything will be all straightened out. We'll all know exactly what happened and why.
And this, Margaret, is my assistant and severest critic, Patsy Bowen. Patsy, Dean Collingwood, head of Mount Albans.
How do you do, Miss Bowen? Fine, thank you.
Have you notified the police yet, Margaret?
Why, no. I wanted you to look things over first, Nick.
I see. Well, who found the body?
When Miss Jordan failed to appear for breakfast, one of the maids was sent to see if she needed help or if she were ill. When no one answered the maid's knock, why, of course, she came back to me.
Then you found her?
Yes, I found her dead.
How many people know about the tragedy so far?
Oh, only the maid, myself, and, of course, you two.
Good. Let's keep it that way for a while longer. Now, may I see your room, please?
Yes, of course. It's on the next floor. This way, please.
What can you tell me about this Jordan girl?
She was an only child. Her mother is a widow.
Did she have any close friends?
Yes. She and 3 other girls were together quite a lot. They were Miss O'Hare, Miss Grinnell, and Miss Brown.
They all interested in the same things?
My 3 friends were interested primarily in young men and good times. But Miss Jordan's hobby was amateur photography.
Did she have money?
Yes, she did. Her mother gave her everything she wanted. This is her room, Nick.
I'll say she had money, Nick. You don't get rugs like these with cigar coupons.
Are these the sleeping capsules, Margaret?
Yes.
You can't buy these in this state without a prescription.
She had a prescription, the number of it, and the physician's name on the box.
So I see. And I'll check with him later. Patsy, suppose you look over the things on that side of the room while I go through her desk here. See if you can find anything that might help us learn what's happened.
Right, Nick.
Any letters, bills, notes, and so on, you know.
I know.
Oh, you really shouldn't read her letters, Nick. They're private.
Well, if any reporters happen to get hold of them, they'll be as public as Central Park.
Reporters? What have they to do with this?
Everything. You can't hide suicide or murder.
Nick, please, this mustn't be murder.
Well, I hope not, Margaret, for your sake. Oh, this is interesting. Letter to her mother. Started but never finished. Darling Mother, I hope you will remember always how close we have been and how much happiness we've had together. You've been so good to me. And that's as far as you got.
I wonder why she didn't finish it. That sounds like a farewell letter.
It was a farewell note, of course.
Well, why wasn't it finished then?
Well, she was probably overcome with emotion.
I don't think so. She hadn't been crying. Her eyelids aren't red or swollen.
Good girl, Patsy. Oh, Margaret, will you ask your chemistry professor to analyze one of these sleeping capsules?
Very well, Nick. Although I still think that this is all nonsense.
Also, I'd like to use your study. I want to talk to this Jordan girl's 3 friends, one at a time.
Very well.
But don't tell them anything about the Jordan girls being dead.
All right, Nick. I'll send the first girl in to you in a few minutes.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, sir? I'm Mary Grinnell.
Yes, Miss Grinnell. Come in, won't you?
Yes, sir.
Miss Grinnell, I'm afraid I have a shock for you. Your friend Edith Jordan has just killed herself.
Oh, no. Edith wouldn't do that. She just wouldn't.
No? Well, at any rate, she's dead, I'm sorry to say. Can you shed any light on the situation?
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry.
Well, do you know anything about her actions last night?
We studied together for our mid-year exams.
In your room or hers?
In mine. She went back to her room early, though. Said she wanted to write a letter and then turn in early.
That must have been the letter we found there, Nick.
Probably. Can you tell me anything else, Miss Grinnell?
No, sir. Nothing.
All right, then, run along. And please don't mention what I've told you to anyone. Miss O'Hearn, I'm sure you'll be sorry to learn that your friend Edith Jordan has killed herself.
Oh, no. No, she wouldn't. Well, she couldn't. She wasn't that kind of a girl.
What makes you say that?
Why, lots of things. And especially because we planned to go to a matinee together on Saturday. She even got the tickets for us.
Tell me, Miss O'Hearn, in your opinion, did Edith ever seem morbid or unhappy?
Oh, no, never. Except...
Except what?
Well, when Edith first came here, she was very gay. Lately, she's been very quiet. I don't know why, though.
Well, thanks very much, Miss O'Hearn. Ask Miss Brown to come in, will you?
Yes, sir. You can go in now, Alice.
All right. You wanted to see me?
Miss Brown, Edith Jordan killed herself last night.
Killed herself? Oh, no, you couldn't make me believe that.
Why do you say that?
Edith wasn't that kind. And besides, lately she's been afraid of something.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I don't know, but for the last month she's lived in fear of something.
That might account for the sleeping capsules, Nick.
Possibly. How do you know she was afraid, Miss Brown?
Oh, we girls never lock our doors here in the dormitory, but she did.
Perhaps she was just timid.
She wasn't timid when she first came here.
No? Well, do you know when she first began locking her door?
Yes. It was right after someone took a shot at her in the woods.
What's that? Someone shot at her. Are you sure?
Edith said she knew it was true, but she asked me not to mention it to anyone.
Was she alone when this happened?
Why, yes. She often went into the woods alone with her camera.
And did she go into the woods after this someone took a shot at her?
Oh, no, after that she used her car and took pictures from the highway.
Oh, she had her own car?
Yes.
Well, do you happen to know whether Miss Jordan was taking a sleeping remedy lately?
I don't think she was. She had some harmless preparation the doctor gave her, but I don't think she ever used it.
Well, apparently it wasn't entirely harmless. Unless I'm mistaken, she died from taking it. Well, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes?
Mr. Carter, Dean Collingwood asked me to let you know what I found out when I analyzed the sleeping capsule she gave me.
Oh, yes. What was it?
I found nothing unusual about it. Just a sleeping remedy that's in common use.
Would they be enough to kill anybody?
Oh, no, indeed. Not unless they were accompanied by something far more deadly.
Well, thank you, Professor. Thank you very much.
That's quite all right, Mr. Carter.
Oh, hello, Margaret. Come in.
Well, Nick, have you learned anything yet?
Only that I'm sure Miss Jordan didn't kill herself.
But, Nick, that's the one thing I don't want to find out.
Yes, I know, Margaret, but I can't help facts being facts.
Well, what now?
I think I'll take a run into town and talk with a physician who prescribed the capsules for her.
Will you do something for me, Nick?
Certainly.
Will you take the bus into town and come back in Miss Jordan's car? It's being repaired there, and the garage phoned a short time ago that it's ready. I promised to send someone in for it.
Of course.
Nick.
Patsy, while I'm gone, I want you to go over Edith Jordan's room with a fine-tooth comb. Notice every little thing.
Looking for anything special, Nick?
No, Patsy, just looking. You've heard what these girls have told us. See if you can find anything to explain the Jordan girls' actions during the past few weeks. I'll see you when I get back from town. Dr. Steele, according to the label on the package, you prescribed some sleeping capsules for Miss Edith Jordan.
Edith Jordan? Oh, yes, I remember her now. Plucky kid. Not a whimper out of her when I set her collarbone. Even refused an anesthetic.
Did you say she broke her collarbone?
Why, yes, it was, about 2 months ago, I should say, but there were no complications and the injury healed rapidly.
Do you remember how it happened?
Yes, an automobile accident. That was when I prescribed the sleeping remedy for her, just as a precaution.
I don't suppose she needed a very strong dose.
No, it was a very small one. 1 3/4 grain capsule and, a second one an hour later, if required.
What would be a deadly dose, Doctor?
From 40 to 50 times that much, probably.
Did you give her the prescription?
No, I phoned it into the drugstore, and he had it ready for her when she got there. I often do that.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Doctor. You've been very kind. Now, if you'll tell me which way the drugstore is, I won't bother you any longer.
Well, so Edith Jordan had a broken collarbone a few weeks ago. That's something no one but the doctor had ever known about before. What else is Nick going to uncover in his search for the real reason why Edith Jordan was found dead in her bed in exclusive Mount Albans College? We'll see in just a moment. If you're a homemaker, you have every reason to take pride in a home that fairly gleams with the evidence of careful attention. And every wood and linoleum surface in your home will gleam when you use Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. Because Linex Clear Gloss lends a lustrous finish that keeps its beauty a long, long time. It lessens your housework amazingly, too, for it's so easy to keep clean. Dirt stays on the surface where you can wipe it away in a jiffy. And Linex Clear Gloss is so simple to apply. You just brush it on, and it dries without brush marks to an elastic, transparent finish that wears and wears. A finish which protects every surface to which it's applied. Yes, it's a fact. Linex Clear Gloss protects all the wood and linoleum surfaces in your home against damage by boiling water, hot grease, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. In every way, it's truly the super varnish. Ask for it by name at your dealers. Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. As we left Nick, he was learning things about the dead girl, Edith Jordan, that not even Dean Collinwood, dean of exclusive Mount Albans College for Girls, knew. Did she commit suicide or was it murder? Let's pick up Nick as he calls at the drugstore where the sleeping capsules the doctor prescribed for Edith Jordan were made up.
Yes, sir?
I'm sorry to bother you, but would you be good enough to allow me to see the prescription for a sleeping remedy prescribed for Miss Edith Jordan by Dr. Steele about 2 months ago?
I'm sorry, sir, but our records are available only to the police or the doctor. But I can assure you that the prescription was filled exactly as ordered.
Very well, I understand.
I thought you would. Sad case, isn't it?
Yes, very. Oh, did you fill the prescription yourself?
I believe I did. I remember thinking that college girls these days use far too many sleeping preparations.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
This is her car, Mr. Carter.
Well, I should have expected a girl with her money to have a more expensive car.
No, she wasn't no show-off. Yeah, too bad her luck ran out finally.
Luck ran out? What do you mean by that? Her accident?
Look, Bud, that was no accident.
How do you mean?
Why, someone sawed the gadget on the steering wheel almost through. First time the car went around a sharp curve at high speed, it gave way. Only, as luck would have it, instead of going over the embankment, the car just turned into a hill of dirt along the road and buried its nose in the dirt. Miss Jordan got off with just a broken collarbone instead of being killed altogether.
Did you tell Miss Jordan what you just told me?
You bet I did. It didn't worry her at all. I'd have told the cops, too, only the boss said it was none of our business if she didn't want to report it.
I see. Well, thanks very much. Be seeing you.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Carter?
You're running a story on the suicide of the Jordan girl at Mount Albans College?
Sure we are. That's big news for this town.
Well, could you add one little paragraph to your story?
What kind of paragraph?
Miss Jordan left a diary. It's locked in a steel box for which we've not been able to locate the key. May take a day or so to have a new key made, as it's a very special type of lock. But we expect the diary to clear up the motive for the suicide.
Yeah, that's very interesting, Mr. Carter. May I quote you on that?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather you'd use that well-known phrase, "It is understood."
Oh.
That should cover it.
I see what you mean. I don't know what you've got up your sleeve, Mr. Carter, but we'll play along with you. Your little item will be understood in this evening's paper.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It should help us immensely. find anything in Edith Jordan's room?
I don't expect it amounts to much, Nick, and here it is. Exhibit A, a hat with what looks like a bullet hole through the crown.
Yes. So Miss Brown was right. Someone did shoot at her. Anything else?
The only other thing I found was this, Exhibit B, the picture that Edith Jordan took just before she was shot at.
What?
She didn't have any enlarging apparatus, so she gave it to Alice Brown, who does have an enlarger. She wanted it blown up.
But why?
Look, Nick, it's a picture of Spring Lake. That's just north of here. Here in the center of the background is a figure. Neither Edith nor Alice knew who or what it was, so Alice made an enlargement of it to see if they could recognize it. But beyond the fact that it seems to be the figure of a man, it doesn't mean much. You can't see who he is.
Patsy, where did you get this?
Alice Brown gave it to me. She had it in her room. She and Edith thought there might be some connection between the shooting and this picture, but they couldn't seem to find any.
Doesn't mean much, does it?
Mm-mm.
And yet...
Did you find out anything in town?
Well, yes and no. The way things look now, this is the situation. Edith Jordan, perhaps unknown to herself, knew something that placed her life in danger.
What?
She was shot at, and she was in a phony auto accident in which she got a broken collarbone. I don't think she ever used the sleeping capsule she got from Dr. Steele until very recently.
No?
She'd probably been getting more and more nervous about things until at last she felt she had to have something to put her to sleep. So last night she took one or more of the capsules, and they killed her. And yet the physician who prescribed them is a reputable man. And the drugstore where they were made up also has a good reputation. So far, that's as far as...
Hey, mind if I come in and bother you a few minutes, Mr. Carter?
Of course not, Sheriff. Come right on in.
Thank you. Howdy, ma'am.
Hello.
Hey, look, Mr. Carter, you got some theory about this kid committing suicide?
Only one theory, Sheriff. She didn't kill herself.
Can you prove that?
Expect to be able to.
When?
In the next 24 hours.
24 hours, huh?
Will you give me that long without interfering?
Yeah. Yep, you got it. You know, that picture of Spring Lake there in your desk reminds me, we came across a murder out there at the lake just yesterday.
What was the murder?
Why do you ask?
Thought maybe there might be some connection between the two killings, that's all.
Oh, heck no. No, this college girl and the woman we found out at the lake are two different kinds of people. No connection at all.
Well, what was it you found at the lake?
Young woman. Been dead a couple of months. Was a waitress at the roadhouse near the lake.
And what happened to her?
Oh, slugged in the back of the head, skull crushed, then almost buried in the brush. Hunter found her yesterday.
Too bad.
By the way, Mr. Carter, what's the idea of withholding evidence?
What evidence?
That there diary.
Oh, the diary.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to break somebody for overlooking that this morning when they searched that girl's room.
Wait 24 hours, Sheriff. Remember, you gave me 24 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Why I let you wind me around your finger this way, I don't know.
It couldn't be because you haven't any clues and you think that I might have one, could it?
Huh? Well, could be, Carter. Could be.
Did I understand you correctly, Nick? You want to spend the night in the girls' dormitory?
That's what I said, Margaret. I want your permission to spend the night in Edith Jordan's room.
Nick, that would be most irregular.
Margaret, murder is most irregular, too.
You're sure it is murder?
Absolutely positive. And I hope to solve it by spending the night in her room.
But if it was murder, how was it done?
Probably the contents of one of the sleeping capsules was changed to a deadly poison.
But, Nick, that means...
That means that no stone must be left unturned to catch the murderer.
It's time for lights out, Nick. I just wanted to see if you needed anything you don't have before I leave you.
No, Patsy, I'm all set.
Well, what are you going to do, Nick? Just sit here and wait?
That's it exactly. Just wait. I have all the evidence I need for a conviction, except the name of the killer. I could guess at that, but I couldn't prove it. I expect the killer to prove it for me.
Why do you suppose Edith Jordan never told anyone about her fears?
Probably she didn't want to worry anyone. She'd only suspicions, no matter how strong those suspicions were. And if I guess correctly the kind of girl she was, she wouldn't want to burden anyone else with her troubles.
It's too bad, isn't it? She might have been alive now if she'd only told somebody.
True enough, Patsy. And hindsight is always better than foresight.
Well, Nick, I'll say good night. Happy hunting to you.
Thanks, Betsy. I'll just sit here in the dark and wait. Get your hands up. Up with your hands, I said. I can see you plain enough. That's better. Now for some light. Well, so it's you, the mechanic from the garage.
What's all this about, anyway?
You came here to get the diary, didn't you?
Oh, did I?
I thought so. That was your picture Miss Jordan got on her snapshot of Spring Lake, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Prove it.
I can do that, too. In the picture, the cap on the head of the little figure has 2 white dots on it. In the same place where you wear your 2 white union buttons.
You can't call that proof. Anybody can have those.
You must have taken that picture at the time you were burying that girl you killed, the waitress. You were afraid she'd identify you as the one in the picture, so you took a shot at her. But you missed. Then you tried another stunt. You worked late at the garage one night and weakened the steering gear of a car. When that failed to kill her, you were very careful to be the first to point out to her that the steering gear had been tampered with. In that way, she'd never think to blame you for it. Which was very clever, my friend. But then you were stumped until you found out that her doctor had given her that sleeping prescription. So being a morphine addict yourself...
How do you know that?
I saw your arms the other day, and I recognized the scars of the needle.
Okay, you got it on me. You win.
So as I said, being a morphine addict yourself, you broke into her room just as you did tonight and filled one of the capsules in the top row with morphine, which would kill her instantly.
Yeah. I knew she couldn't take that much of a dose.
By the way, how did you find out about that prescription?
She told me about it herself when we were talking one time. But if you knew all this stuff before, why didn't you pull me in down to the garage instead of laying and wait for me like this?
I could prove it all to myself, but I couldn't prove it to a jury. However, now I can, because by your coming here, you've confessed. It's a shame, killing her like that. Because she never had the slightest suspicion you were the Spring Lake murderer.
Don't try to kid me. She knew right enough. That's why I had to get that diary. The whole story would have been in that. Mabel, that girl I killed. She was in love with me. She wanted me to marry her. She said if I didn't, she'd tell the cops where I bought my dope. Made such a fuss, I finally had to hit her over the head.
And you were burying her by the lake when the Jordan girl came along and took that picture.
Yeah. Then I knew that when the body was discovered, like it would be someday, this dame would remember seeing me out there, so I had to get that diary before the cops got it.
Well, as you go to the electric chair, I want you to remember one thing, my friend. There is no diary.
Huh?
I invented it to smoke you out in the open.
Why,
An imaginary diary and a guilty conscience have done what clues and detection could only do with great difficulty. You've convicted yourself. A man's own conscience is a better detective than the greatest detective on earth. Always.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But now, a thought for this holiday season. Holiday time is hospitality time, and nothing reflects more clearly your hospitable feeling than the sparkling holiday look of your home. The look it has when you depend on the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. In one easy application, it gives your fine furniture a lovely luster, leaving no oily film to attract more dust and make more work. And Linex cream polish is so quick to use, for it cleans as it polishes, cutting out one whole step in your cleaning day routine. You see, Linex cream polish removes the cloudy accumulation of previous dust and polish, banishes messy fingerprints, and helps conceal ugly scratches all at once. Here is your real shortcut to furniture beauty. Get Linex cream polish now at your dealers. Get all 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Remember, Linex is spelled L-I-N-X. Linex. So ask for these fine homemaking products now at your hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. And now, Nick, what's the story you're going to tell us next time?
Well, Ken, next week I want to tell you about an adventure I had just because I went to a party to meet a famous man.
And the famous man never showed up at all.
Doesn't sound as if the party was much of a success.
As far as I was concerned, it was a total flop, socially speaking. But there were 3 murders as a result of that evening's get-together.
And Nick himself was almost added to the list. All due to a decanter of whiskey that turned out not to be whiskey at all.
I think that's about enough for now, Patsy. Let's save the rest for next week. And on behalf of myself and the rest of our cast, our organist, Lou White, our sound effects, Walt Shaver, our engineer, Herman Berger, and our writer and director, Jock McGregor, may I wish every one of you the season's greetings in the biggest possible way.
And that goes for me, too. So long, everybody.
So long to you both. We'll be seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death in a Decanter. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Brother.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. And now Acme, creator of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, wishes you the heartiest greetings of the holiday season and invites you to be listening next week when Acme will again present Nick Carter, Master Detective, over these same stations. Ken Powell speaking. This is Mutual.
This I believe. One of the English music world's most distinguished figures is Sir Stuart Wilson. As Deputy General Administrator of the Royal Opera House at Covent Garden, he holds special responsibility for development of Britain's most important opera company. No stranger to the concert platform, he was in his day a leading tenor. This is Sir Stuart Wilson's creed.
I am one of those many people who can no longer say with complete confidence, I believe, and the words must be in quotes, in the sort of way that belief is implied in the creeds of the Christian churches or in the statements and affirmations of non-Christian religion. But among those people like me, many are deeply religious by nature, insofar as they feel that they can accept the idealism and the social philosophy, if one may use such a word, which the teaching of Christ and other great idealists contained, while they find it impossible to belong to any close corporation which excludes others who think slightly differently about administrative church matters, while they have overlooked the 2 things that should be a human bond between us all, namely, do you care for truth above all things, and will you never do unto others that which you would not wish others to do unto you? If you really care for truth passionately, you will have a mind that is perpetually inquiring and alert, a mind that is unable to hold strong convictions without examining their truth. And to examine is not the same as to repeat the same identical statements over and over again. Now, if you care for other people as you care for yourself, you simply have to act, not just look for truth. And when you have made up your mind that something ought to be done, and how often have we said that, you must put forward some very good reason indeed why it should not be you that does it. The great saints felt like that. How else can you explain St. Francis, St. Ignatius on the one plane, General Booth of the Salvation Army, or the abolitionists on another plane? They felt a burning sense of duty to prevent the doing unto others of that which they would never in any circumstances wish or indeed allow others to do unto them, and they could not rest quiet until they had done something. Truth does not live at the bottom of a well. Truth is much more like the sleeping beauty surrounded by a high quickset hedge. Truth has to be fought for by a living person as a virtue which must be brought back to life by personal struggles. And surely it's this fighting which gives us the right to hold the truth, and equally the credit in maintaining it. The purpose of life can be said to consist in two words, truth and love. How can we attain any objective so grand, so remote as these? Let me quote the obstinate, determined, pugnacious, visionary thinker John Bunyan. Christian, the pilgrim of Pilgrim's Progress, is seeking information from evangelist as to how to find the way to the celestial city and to escape from the city of destruction. And this is the dialogue. Evangelist, do you see yonder wicket gate? Christian, no. Evangelist, do you see yonder shining light? Christian, I think I do. Evangelist, keep this light in your eye and go up thereto.
They're the beliefs of Sir Stuart Wilson, a Briton who has worked tirelessly for an improvement in the public's musical taste.
Now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Thief.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. How would you like to be driving down a city street in this year of the atom bomb and the flying saucer and suddenly find yourself transported over 2 decades back in time, smack in the middle of a gangland war? Well, tonight, that's what happened to me. In one moment, it seemed as if I had left this year of grace, 1952, and was back in the torrid 20s. My life threatened by the ghosts of gunmen long since dead. It was one of those quiet, dull nights with the fog rolling in and nothing of interest for it to hide. I just stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A man jerked open the door and piled in beside me.
Get going. Please, they're after me.
Who's after you?
Shiv's healed. He's got a gun. Get going, I tell you.
Friends of yours?
Huh? What?
These people that are after you. Who are they?
Abby and Shiv. Trying to kill me. Yeah, but they won't get it. Never.
Get what? What did they want?
This is what they wanted.
He opened a fist and showed me. The dashboard light shone on a figure of dark blue wax lying in the palm of his hand. A crude image less than 3 inches long. As crude as though molded by a child. It began to dawn on me that this Skid Row character was as crazy as a pink hearse. I pulled up at the curb. So they wanted that, eh? What is it?
Their lives. Their lives in the palm of my hand. They know that as long as I have it, they'll never get away with it. Oh, no, sir. They kill them. It's very useful.
Yeah, sure, Pop. Like a glass eye at a keyhole. They must be a pretty crummy pair to be picking on an old guy like you. We'll find a cop.
No. No cops. I don't need favors from no cops.
But if...
I ain't talking to them. No cops, you understand?
Okay.
Cops. They ain't gonna make no deals with Jake Strand. No, sir.
Deals? What kind of deals?
20 years I did for it, and it's mine. Mine.
Jake, he'd called himself. The name, the face now rang a clearer bell in my memory. 20 years, of course. Jake Strand. A news item only a few weeks ago with the picture, Jake Strand, kingpin hoodlum of the thirsty 30s, now free. The story had said something about him being released following a nervous breakdown after serving 20 years for murder. Well, the part about the breakdown was obvious. Jake Strand, Kingpin Hoodlum, was now playing with little wax dolls.
They get near my door, it'll kill him. See, it'll kill him.
It? Oh, you mean that hunk of, what's that made of anyway? Sealing wax?
You don't believe me, do you? What? You think I ain't got no dough, huh? Just 'cause I need a shave, maybe, or my pants in. But you think I'm a bum, huh? Well, I got it, see? $100,000. You hear me? Listen.
Sure, Pop. When money talks, everybody listens.
You think I'm nuts, don't you?
Well, of course not. Perish the thought.
Yeah, that's what you think. You and them sky pilots who run the mission. Gave me a job sweeping up, and they think they're doing me a favor. Me, Jake Strand. I could buy him and sell him.
Oh, you live at the mission?
Yeah. Where are we going?
Oh, I'm taking you back there. It's late.
No, please don't take me back. They'll get me.
Who will get you?
Ship and that big gorilla.
What gorilla?
Gabby.
Now, Jake, when you jumped into the car, I looked back. There was no one following you.
There was. I tell you, there was.
Okay. Have it your own way. I'll say that you get inside the mission house safe.
No. They sleep there. Don't you understand? They sleep there. They'll get me.
Now, Jake, here's the mission.
Don't leave me, mister, please.
Oh, Jake, now I've got work.
Look, buy me a drink, will you?
But
Here's Lippy's place across the street. Come on, set me up, will you? I'm busted.
Oh, yeah? Well, what about all that dough, that $100,000 that you were talking about?
What $100,000?
Oh, fine. Come on. Lippy's is one of those low-rent joints with sawdust on the floor, a piano player banging out ragtime, and unwashed clientele. Jake pressed the front of his dirty shirt against the bar while I strolled over to a phone booth near the door. I called the Star, got the librarian, had him check on the files of the case that had sent Jake Strand to Joliet.
Yeah, here it is. I got the story right here before me, Randy. He was convicted of the murder of Tank Daniels and Ed Morelli. Sentenced 20 to life.
A double murder, and he got off with 20 years?
One moment. It says here, he claimed Morelli tried to take him for a ride in one of his trucks. He broke away, grabbed Morelli's gun.
Strand must have hired a high-priced magician to make a jury believe that.
Not according to this. The court had appointed a public defender to handle Strand's case.
What?
That's right, Randy. Strand took a pauper's oath. He was dead broke. The case goes back quite a few issues. Shall I look?
No, that's all I want to know. Thanks, Mickey. What kind of a guy had I gotten myself mixed up with? The poor devil was riding a dreamboat loaded with a mixed cargo of rainbows and nightmares. The convoy he needed was a man in a white coat, not me. I walked out of the joint. Strand followed me.
Listen to me. You gotta help me.
All right, Jake. I'll see you home.
No, you don't understand. I can't find it. I've been looking and looking.
For what?
My dough. My $100,000.
Oh, yeah, I know. You told me.
I've been going crazy. Every chance I get, I've been riding the bus looking. Up and down Lakeshore Drive. It's changed, Randy. Everything's changed.
Well, streets are like opinions, Jake. In 20 years, they're liable to change, too.
Oh, you don't understand. It's disappeared. The houses, the trees, the road, the whole place.
What place? What place, Jake?
Caliban.
Caliban?
Yeah. You know where it is. You know, eh? You know? Now, come on, tell me.
Now, Jake, you're wrinkling the suit. Now, let go my lapel. Relax, will you? Now, come on, let's walk. I never heard of any place called Caliban. There isn't any such place.
You're lying. I went back there. I know I did. After we ditched Morelli's truck, I had the case, a leather briefcase with $100,000 inside. Caliban, it was there. I I know it was you. I went back.
Come on. Let's cross the street. Of course, in 20 years, the name could have been changed. What sort of place was it?
Oh, quiet. Trees. It was down there mixing the cement.
Cement?
I went there by myself, see. I didn't want the others to know.
To know what? Watch the curve, Jake.
And the smell of peaches.
Peaches? Well, that figures. Just where, I don't know. No question about it. Jake Strand had spent too many years behind bars. He'd lost his buttons, but completely. I got him to the door of the midnight mission and pushed him toward it. Go on in, Jake.
Oh, Randy, please. I don't want it. They're laying for me.
Okay, Jake. Okay, I'll go in first. One side, The place had been a store, now converted into a dingy chapel with a few crude benches and a section of counter used as an altar. A bare bulb hanging from an overhead cord shed a sickly light. I looked around. I was hardly surprised to see what I did see, which was nobody. The chapel was empty. I stepped back into the street to get Jake, and he was gone. And the street was empty, too. And that sound was coming from the alley alongside the mission. Jake! That you? Halfway down the alley, light glimmered dimly from the frosted glass of a side door, but it revealed nothing. I walked into the alley, peering into the darkness. Jake! Where are you, Jake?
Don't get me.
There were two of them struggling with Jake.
All right, pal. Get him up.
As I raised my hands, it became frighteningly clear that Jake Strand's fear had been based on more than just a sick imagination. These two goons were real enough. And so was that gun pointed at my head.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. A warm summer evening, a pleasant breeze, you and your friends enjoying yourselves out on the porch with snacks and Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. There's a summer scene played many times, in your home and many homes all over America. Smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon is your hospitality carried on a tray, your friendliness brimming in a glass. Yes, for summer indoor and outdoor fun, you'll always want to include Pabst Blue Ribbon. And by the way, for some wonderful food ideas to go along with friendly, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon, listen to this.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's pork and beans, Farmer's treat,
Borden's cheese,
Ritz crackers with frankfurters, and of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor, finer beer that millions favor. Take that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you enjoy it, it's the same famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Experience, they say, is what you have left when everything else is gone. And Shiv's gun staring me in the face was an experience that convinced me that whatever delusions Jake Strand may have had, the two Skid Row bums who were after him were certainly real enough. I stood in the alley, my hands raised, while Jake struggled against Gabby's arm around his face. Oh, for the love of Pete, let him go. Can't you see he's smothering?
All right, Gabby, ease up. I want him alive, you dope.
Okay.
All right, boys, all right. Take the $6 in my wallet and let us go. You needn't waste time on him. He hasn't got a dime, I can tell you that now.
He hasn't, huh? $6.
Honest, Shiv, I told you before, I don't know where the dough is. I don't remember. Honest, I don't. I just don't remember.
Oh, sure. It's just $100,000. You stuck it someplace and forgot about it. Could happen to anybody.
If you mugs believe that pipe dream about $100,000, you're nuttier than he is.
Ah, so you know about it, huh? He told you, huh? Real kibitzer, ain't you, pal?
Shiv, I didn't tell him nothing.
Shut up! All right, kibitzer. Turn around. Yeah, that's it. Just keep those mitts high.
All right. The only deadly weapon I'm carrying is a fountain pen.
I'll take it. And your wallet. All right, you can let him down. Turn around.
Thanks.
$6 lousy bucks.
Well, that's what I said.
What's this? Randy's...
It's my press card. Don't strain your eyes. I'm with the Star.
Reporter?
I didn't know it, Shiv, honest. He just gave me a ride. I didn't know he was...
Keep your mouth shut, big shot. You'll talk when I tell you to, not before. I'm giving the orders now. You ain't nobody. You understand? Shut up! You, newsboy. That's your car out in front.
It's an old model. You can do lots better.
I ain't fussy. All right, both of you, get moving. To the car. And don't try to be no hero.
Jake sat beside me as I followed orders, driving past Lincoln Park and cutting through a wooded section for several miles. Finally wound up near a clearing used as a Boy Scout campsite, now abandoned.
This'll do. Pull up.
What are we going to do here? Get our merit badges?
Real funny boy, ain't you? All right, spill it.
Do you mean to say you believe any old guy who comes along babbling about millions and living on handouts?
No, pal, I don't. But this ain't any old guy. This is Jake Strand.
I bet you told him. I bet you Jake told him.
Will you shut up? Look, newsboy. Maybe you don't know who Jake Strand is. Maybe you're too young, huh? Maybe you wasn't old enough to read. What are you trying to hand me anyway?
I'm trying to smarten you up, that's all.
Oh, you are?
This stuff about $100,000. I don't care who Jake used to be. But right now he's living in a dream world. That money never existed.
Yeah, it's funny how everybody in Stir knew about that dough Jake hijacked off of Morelli. They were talking about it when I was there. I bet they're still talking about it.
I see. You and Jake did time together.
For a little while, pal. A long time ago. How about it, Jake? Did you give any of the boys a tip before you left, huh? I'm your pal, too, Jake. Remember me? I used to keep bar for you. Remember?
Yeah.
You remember, huh? Then you remember where you stashed Morelli's dough.
No, I don't, Shiv. Honest, I don't. I can't.
You sure you can? Try. Think hard.
We'll give him a share, won't we, Shiv?
You bet we will. Fair and square. We'll divvy it 4 ways.
4? Well, thanks for cutting me in.
Why not? We ain't hogs.
Yeah, with all that loot, we won't have to work no more. I Shiv, we'll sleep in flop houses.
You bet we won't, Gabby. Nothing but the best. Swell hotels, fancy restaurants. How about it, Jake? Remember them nightclubs you used to own, them $200 suits you used to wear? We can all wear them. Where'd you hide it, Jake, huh? Where, huh? Tell me, go on, where is it?
I don't know.
There never was any $100,000. He was bankrupt before he went to trial. He didn't have a dime.
So you know about that, huh, newsboy? What else do you know?
That you're wasting your time.
You don't say. Smart operator, this Jake Strand, wasn't he? He knows he can't beat the rep, so he doesn't tell nobody about Morelli's dough. Nobody knows, except all his pals. Look at him. You'd think he'd appreciate having pals, that he'd be willing to share. All right, Jake, out of the car.
What do you want? Shiv, please.
You heard me, didn't you?
I don't know where it is, so help me.
I said get out!
Don't hit me, Shiv. Don't hit me.
Why,
don't you move, Stone.
had to play for time, for that one unguarded moment when I could make a break. I know that if I didn't, I had a shorter life expectancy than a balloon in a baby's hand.
Jake, listen. Listen close. Let's go back. It's 1932. You're waiting for Morelli to come along in his truck. You fix the gate at the railroad track so it's down when he comes round the curve. He stops, you blast him.
Yeah, I know, huh? I know, but I don't know what I did with the money, Shiv. It's no use. I can't remember.
You can, eh?
Wait a minute, will you? You ever hear anything about peach trees growing around here?
Peach trees?
He said something to me once about peaches. A place called Caliban.
Caliban?
Yeah.
What is it, Shiv? What is it?
The club. Club Caliban.
Club Caliban?
Jake, is that where you hid the dough? The Caliban?
But it ain't there no more, Shiv. The club is gone. I can't find it anymore.
You can't find it. You can't find it.
What is it, Shiv? What is it?
Jake's old headquarters. He lost it.
Well, it sounds hilarious. I never heard of the place.
No. All right, newsboy. Back in the car. We're taking a little ride up Lakeshore Drive.
I headed northwest, putting the miles behind us. At one point along the way, Shiv made me stop where the road was being repaired while Gabby got out and stole a couple of oil lanterns hanging there. We continued on. Just where is this Club Caliban?
Just shut up and keep driving.
I looked all over for it.
I'll find it, Jake. Don't worry. You see, they moved the road.
Huh?
A couple of years after you were sent up to Joliet, Caliban was on that big curve, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Curve ain't there no more. They straightened the highway and left your joint a mile out in the woods.
Are you sure we turned off at the right spot? This road doesn't look like it was...
You talk too much, Stone.
There. Over there, between those trees. The Caliban.
Yeah. That's it, Jake. Many a drink I mixed there. Looks good, don't it?
Why ain't there no lights? I never closed. Those new neons I bought. What happened to them? Where's the sign?
All right, Jake. You and the newsboy. Out. Light those lanterns, Gabby. Give me one. We're going in.
We crossed the rickety veranda. The door was gone, the windows broken, the building a shambles. We paused a moment inside while Gabby held his lantern high and we looked around. And suddenly Jake sprang forward, bounding into the darkness of the building. Gabby went after him and I followed down the cellar stairs with Shiv behind me pointing his gun at the middle of my back. Shiv raised his lantern and there, cowering in a corner, was Jake.
Oh, Gabby, please, Dawn, please.
All right. Where is it, Jake? Spill it or so help me.
There. Yeah, over there.
He was pointing at nothing at all. Nothing but a concrete wall.
Where? I'll kill you.
Let him alone. Jake, the cement. The cement you said you mixed down here. Jake, do you remember?
What is this?
Was it the wall, Jake? Was it the wall?
What?
He means the wall. The cracks, look. You can put your fingers through them.
It's hollow, Gabby. Kick it in.
A small area of the wall disintegrated, revealing an opening about 5 feet square and 2 feet deep. And in it, 4 cases of liquor piled on top of each other. The topmost case had been opened, the broken boards lying across it. And beside them, eaten with decay, was a bulging briefcase. Gabby snatched it, knocking the loose boards out of the way, and handed it to Shiv.
The dough, huh? The dough.
Yeah. Bundles of 20s, 50s, and 100s.
All there, huh, Shiv? 100 grand, huh?
Yeah, more maybe. Yeah, keep your eye on them.
You betcha.
This looks like stuff you added to the Morelli loot, Jake. Yeah, a nice little nest egg, eh, boy? Take a look at it, newsboy. So it was a pipe dream, was it?
Well, it's going to be a little embarrassing when those old-fashioned gold reserve notes start hitting the banks and they ask you where you got so many of them.
I wouldn't worry about it, pal. Because I don't think you're going to be around when that happens.
Shiv, you got a corkscrew, huh? You got a corkscrew?
What?
It's scotch, Shiv. A case of scotch open on top. It says here on this box.
Give me that. You don't need a corkscrew. Just knock off the neck. Just like this.
They drank from the broken bottles, the liquor running down their chins. Jake sidled over to where I stood and squatted down beside the lantern. One of the bottlenecks had fallen near the light. Jake reached out a finger and touched the hard smears of wax that had sealed the cork and ran down the lip of the bottle. I stared at it. The wax was deep blue.
Real smooth, eh, Shiv? Real smooth.
Yeah, it's lousy.
It don't taste too bad.
Can't you smell it?
Yeah. Kind of smells pretty, like peaches.
Peaches. The vague, almost imperceptible fragrance of peaches. That began to add up as I remembered something I'd once read. I stepped backwards, dragging Jake with me. Invisible centipedes crawling up and down my spine.
Don't try it, Stone. Where do you think you're going, pal?
They want a drink. Give him a drink. Here, take my bottle. Go on, take it.
What's the matter, Gabby? Look at him. Couple of drinks in the big box.
Jake, stop it.
You see what it can do?
What?
This.
Yes, it was that crude voodoo image, the doll of wax. The same blue wax Jake Strand had used 20 years ago when he'd opened and then resealed every bottle in that top case. I dragged him up the cellar stairs, away from the fragrance of peaches and out into the open air. There's only one poison that smells like the stuff you put in those bottles, Jake. The stuff they use in the gas chamber at San Quentin. Where'd you get it, Jake? Where'd you get it? In an hour or so, the sun will rise, alarm clocks will ring, and dreams will end. But for Jake Strand, life is now one endless dream, a fantasy to be lived to the end of his days in a padded cell. As for Gabby and Shiv, their dreams are over. The $200 suits, the fancy restaurants are canceled out in an endless sleep. Their last testament, a coroner's report, and their final honors, a prison autopsy. Well, life rarely uses rose-colored ribbons to tie up a story about people like Jake and Shiv and Gabby. Too often the loose ends are just left dangling. So let's tie it up. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Jake was played by Don Diamond. Others featured were Shepard Menken and Raymond Burr. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring in Warner Brothers' The Winning Team. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. Fires in the home, your home, can and must be prevented. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. Attend the Democratic Convention on NBC.
This I believe. Businessmen are often falsely accused of leading narrow, mechanical lives. A native of Cincinnati, graduate of Williams College in Massachusetts, and now a New Yorker, Stuart Peabody is Assistant Vice President of the Borden Company. He has discovered in our American heritage a strong and valuable message and made it a part of his own understanding philosophy. This is what he believes.
The personal world I live in is not as wide as those of many of the people who have expressed their credos on this I believe. So my beliefs are concerned largely with everyday relationships with people, the members of my family, my friends, my fellow workers, elevator men, bus and taxi drivers, store clerks, and the like. I believe, nevertheless, that such relationships are of the greatest importance, and that if all relationships, including international ones, could be reduced to individual human terms, we should have less trouble in the world. For me, one of the most important factors in human relations is a willingness always to search for the reasons which lie behind the conduct of others, especially conduct which irritates me or hurts me or makes me mad. I have always found reasons, and among them, more often than not, have been grounds for understanding, excuse, and forgiveness. From a purely selfish standpoint, there's a wonderful satisfaction in consciously doing this, and there's relief, too, for I don't like to stay irritated or hurt or mad. Few people do. I believe, too, in seeking consciously to understand the intent behind the actions of people. If I form judgment only on the result or effect of an act, and fail to get at the intent behind it, I risk many painful misunderstandings and much unhappiness. The words "he meant well" have far greater significance and usefulness in human relationships than just as a cynical and patronizing remark. Of course, these principles of conduct, the willingness to seek reasons and motives, and to understand, excuse, and forgive, are not new. They stem directly from the teachings of Christ and from the copybook maxims of our youth. They are more difficult to practice in today's complex world than they were in the days of the founders of our country, and for understandable reasons. As I see it, among the things which have made this country the most powerful and the most comfortable in the world are the individual initiative and the self-reliance of our people. On these traits depended the very lives of the settlers and the pioneers. In the old days, however, other traits were inseparable from these, and served as governors and modifiers of individualism. Our forebears knew that when danger threatened, the neighbors in the other log houses were necessary for the protection of themselves and of the whole community, that when a roof tree was to be raised, it could be done only with the help of neighbors. Now our communities have grown larger. Machines have taken over many of our labors, and we have come to be less directly dependent on our neighbors. Our conduct patterns have been strongly influenced by these complexities of modern living. We have retained our individualism, but it has become increasingly easy to lose sight of the saving modifiers, tolerant understanding of other people, and respect for their views and motives. I find it helpful, when conduct falls short of intent, as it so often does, to think back to the early days of America. The example of our forefathers can simplify and clarify principles for me which are more important today than ever before. They are not only the principles upon which this nation was built, but upon which all human relations must, I believe, be based if peace is to come to the world.
That was Stuart Peabody of New York, chairman of the Advertising Advisory Committee to the Secretary of Commerce, and a thoughtful citizen.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Walk this way, Diamond. If I do, well, I tell my friends. Hey, this is the morgue.
Yeah, wise guy.
You should feel right at home here, Otis.
Oh. Hello, Rick.
Hiya, Walt. What goes here?
I want you to take a look at someone. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. He was murdered, huh?
Yeah, shot. Right in the back.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yeah, you want something?
How do you do? Are you the manager of this little haven of rest?
A boarding house. I run it.
I heard you both times.
What do you want, huh? What do you want?
Information. You'll move.
You nuts or something, huh? You nut?
I'm looking for a girl.
What's the matter? Read the sign. It says rooms for rent. Rooms. Beat it.
You know, if you ever get around to running at 33 1/3, you'll save a lot of breath.
Smart guy. Real smart guy. Now, I got to work.
Wait a minute. Now, wait. Here's $5 if you can tell me about a girl named Elaine Tanner.
For $10, I couldn't tell you a thing. Don't know her.
She lived here?
So it's a secret from me, a secret. Now...
Here. Take a look at the snapshot. A man and a girl. Do you know the girl?
Mister, I got maybe 10, 20, 30 different people every month. They come, they go, they pay rent. That's all I care. They pay rent.
All right. Did this girl ever pay rent here?
Maybe I remember her face. I never remember no names.
Is anybody living in her room now?
Why you want to know? Huh?
Well, I'll tell you a secret, Bud. The girl is my sister. When we were little kids, my mother and father ran away from home to become acrobats in a circus. This broke up my sister, and she left, too. Now, Mama and Papa are back, and I want the whole stinking family together again so we can take the light out of the window.
Sure. For $10, maybe I'll show you her room.
All right, you're in business. Now, here's your 10.
Thanks.
The fingers are mine.
This way, down this way.
How long does she live here?
Oh, not so long, maybe 2 weeks.
Then what?
Then comes an old guy one day. Yeah, an old guy, and...
And what?
She goes away with him. And you know what else?
Yes, I know what else. The old guy was the same guy in the snapshot I showed you a minute ago. He was with a girl.
Sure. Okay, look around. She ain't in any of them drawers, she ain't. Or that cupboard, she ain't.
She ain't no place. Now, tell me, did she leave anything here at all?
Just junk. Newspapers, magazines, newspapers.
So she was a bookworm. Well, okay, I guess that's it. Let's go. Let's get out of here fast.
Who are they shooting at?
Who's in that house next door where the shots came from?
People.
Thanks.
They're shooting at you.
You know anybody who wants to get rid of you?
Nobody. Oh, mister, please go now.
Look. There's $20 more if you do me a favor.
I do you one favor and get shot at. Who knows what'll happen for 20, huh? Who knows?
Twice as much fun. Now, look, go through the stuff she left here.
I told you there wasn't nothing.
Well, go through it anyway. If you find anything that might give me a lead, call me up. Here's my card.
Richard Diamond, private detective. Hey, it says you're a dick.
Strictly private. Now, is it a deal?
$20 now?
There'll be more if you find something for me.
Okay. No, please beat it and don't come back here no more. Window glass costs dough.
I knew it wouldn't do me any good to look at the house where the shots came from, because whoever played me for a clay pigeon would get out fast. Now, only one person knew I was likely to visit that boarding house, the man who sent me there. And his name was Morris Clinton. Vocation? Multimillionaire. Avocation, or hobby? Wolf. And an old one at that. But why should he take a shot at me? Thinking like that, figured out to a heart-to-heart talk with Clinton, so I went to see him. But if he knew anything, he played it straight.
Suited you? But that's ridiculous.
Well, I agree, Clinton, but look at my side of it. This morning, you sent your chauffeur to my office to bring me here. Then you hired me to find a girl for you, a girl named Elaine Tanner.
And she wasn't there.
Right, she wasn't there. Just an empty room in a boarding house.
That's all the information I could give you about her.
I'll even buy that. I've worked on less information before, but here's my point, Mr. Clinton. I was shot at. I'm used to it, but I don't like it.
I told you, I know nothing about that. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, I know nothing about it.
I do believe you. We'll just say someone doesn't like my poking around that boarding house. Have you got any idea who that might be?
No, I haven't. I swear it.
Okay. I'll wrap it up right now. As I said, I've been shot at before, but you've been so pleasant, Mr. Clinton. From here, the price goes up.
You don't want to go on with the case?
Not at these prices.
All right, forget it then. I gave you $100 this morning. Keep it. And forget you ever saw me.
Oh, you're so sweet. It'll be a pleasure.
Damon, just a moment.
Yeah?
What has happened is between you and me.
Oh, yes, but yes. Oh, I will have to report those shots.
What?
Sure. The police don't like to have people taking pot shots at each other. It makes for confusion in a big city.
Wait, Damon, wait.
Something else, Mr. Clinton?
I have my own reasons for not wanting anyone else involved in this. I'm sure you and I can come to an agreement.
Oh, well, it's just possible, Maury, that you and I may not see wallet to wallet.
What would you say if I offered you $1,000 bonus to keep on the case?
Offer or suggestion?
I'll make it a deal.
Put it on paper. A check.
Can I trust you?
Okay, Clinton, if you feel that way about it. Post date the check. A week from today. If I don't show up with Elaine Tanner by then, the check is yours again. Uncashed.
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. So long, Mr. Clinton. I'll keep in touch.
Where are you going now?
Back to my office to wait for a phone call from the little guy at 118 Parker Avenue.
Oh.
Well, hello there. Did you hear everything you wanted to?
I beg your pardon, sir. I was just coming in to ask Mr. Clinton if I should drive him anywhere this afternoon.
Oh?
Victor, come in here.
Right away, Mr. Clinton. Excuse me, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, sure. So long, Christopher. The minute I left Clinton and Chris, I began to get that lousy feeling again. The only thing that made me feel anywhere near normal was the thought of the $1,000 that would be mine in 7 days. For $1,000, I'd stand up for target practice for the big mole. I didn't have much to go on, just the knowledge that old man Clinton wanted me to find Elaine Tanner and that somebody, who up to now had proved to be a bad shot, didn't want me to find her. With that peaceful thought in mind, I sat in my office hoping for a call from the little manager of the boarding house on Parker Avenue. I'd been waiting about an hour, and then... save your knuckles and use a fire axe. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Christopher. All your driving finished for the day?
Mr. Clinton sent me to see Mr. Diamond.
This is the second time today. What's he trying to do, make dear friends of us?
Not exactly, Mr. Diamond. He wants that check back.
What?
He's changed his mind.
Oh, from what I know of him, it needs it.
He wants to call off the whole thing. Something happened.
Elaine Tanner show up?
No.
Oh, and he sent you to get the $1,000 check back.
That's right, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I know an easier way. Why doesn't he just stop payment on the check?
I'm only carrying out Mr. Clinton's orders.
Are you?
Why do you ask that?
Well, it seems a little offbeat, Chris. This morning he hires me, then he fires me, then he hires me, now he fires me. Monotonous, isn't it?
May I have the check, Mr. Diamond?
Not before I call Clinton and ask him a few things.
You just don't seem to understand, do you?
I want Mr. Clinton to explain.
Take your hands away from that phone.
Oh, gun. I know how I hate him.
No need to be afraid of this one unless you get stubborn.
Let's give Clinton a ring.
Keep your hands on top of the desk, palms down.
So we're going to play table tilting, maybe?
And stay sitting.
Listen, Chris.
How do you like your hair parted, Diamond? On the side or right in the middle?
When I opened my big blue eyes, my office was dark, and the neon light on the hotel across the street flashed the news that it was dark outside, too. I'd been out cold for a long time. When the room stopped spinning, I reached out, grabbed a piece of it, pulled myself up, went to the water cooler, splashed myself alive. I started toward the light switch when... This time I was going to be ready. I got behind the door and waited.
Hey, what's the idea? Hey, let go!
Oh, for the love of Mike Otis. Sergeant Otis.
Well, who you expecting? Gorgeous George, maybe? Let go my neck.
Oh, I'm sorry, Otis. I guess I just can't resist you.
You crazy shamus. Hey, it's dark in here.
It was a lot darker a couple of minutes ago. Hit the light, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh, I got enough troubles, and the first thing I see when I wake up is you.
Holy mackerel. What you been doing with your head, Diamond?
I got mixed up in a handball game.
Oh?
Yeah, some friends needed a ball. It's hard work, but you get used to it.
Oh, got worked over, huh? Well, them bum jokes will catch up with you sometimes.
Yeah, I would... Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here?
I come to get you. Lieutenant Levinson wants to see you.
Well, go back and describe me. That's all he gets tonight.
I think you better come, Shamus. It's important.
I think you better go, Otis. That's important.
Now, look. Lieutenant Levinson sends me over to get you. There's something he wants to ask you.
All I know is name, rank, and serial number. Now go back and tell Walt I don't want to play games.
Shamus, I got news for you. Murder ain't a game no more.
That's all Otis would tell me, but I didn't like the way he kept looking at me all the way to see Levinson. Then we got to headquarters, not to Walt's office, but down the long marble corridor that led back to other places.
He wants me to bring you back here, Damon.
Where to?
The morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, you heard of it.
I heard of it. What's this all about?
You'll see. In here, Shamus. Lieutenant.
Back here, Otis.
Come on, Damon.
Hello, Rick. Night.
Well, how's the other head look?
I'll let you know when it speaks to me.
Yeah. Meantime, I want you to take a look at someone.
In here?
Yeah, in here. You know who this is, Rick?
Oh, the poor little devil. The poor devil.
What do you know about him?
Well, he was manager of a boarding house, cheap walk-up on Parker Avenue.
That we know. What else?
He was murdered, huh?
Shot right in the back.
Hmm.
Rick, unless I knew you were tied in, I wouldn't have you here. You want to talk about it?
Somewhere else, Walt.
Sure. Come on.
Before I answer any more questions, Walt, how'd you tie me in?
He had one of your business cards in his hand. He was shot while he was standing at the phone in the hallway of that boarding house. Did he call you, Rick?
I didn't get a call from him.
Got any idea why he wanted you?
Maybe, maybe not. All depends.
On what?
Walt, listen.
I will in my office. Wait outside, Otis, and I'm busy. Get it?
Sure, I get it.
Wait a second, Rick. Now, here's a gun, 38 police special. Take a good look at it.
I've seen it before. It's mine. How did you get it?
The ballistics report says this gun killed the little guy back there.
Did you check it for fingerprints?
Yeah, and they were all yours.
Will you have Otis come visit me and bake a cake with a file in it?
Oh, cut it out, Rick. I know you didn't kill him, but I've got to tell the commissioner something. He's funny that way.
I was in my office when the guy was shot. I was out cold.
You got any proof?
For you or the commissioner?
For the commissioner, you egghead.
Well, listen on the way.
To where?
Have Otis bring the car around front. We're going to make a call on a guy named Morris Clinton and his errand boy, Christopher. On the way out, I told Walt the whole thing, how Christopher caught me off base, put me out, and then must have taken my gun to kill the little manager. But neither of us could come up with an answer to why. Why murder to keep me from finding Elaine Tanner? What was the connection between Clinton, his chauffeur, and the girl? I thought maybe Clinton would give her the answers when he learned there was a murder tapping at his door.
Oh, you want to see Christopher, Lieutenant Levinson?
If you don't mind, Mr. Clinton.
Oh, no, that's all. I'll call him.
Real loud, Mr. Clinton.
Of course. Christopher? Christopher!
You're sure he's here, Mr. Clinton?
Yes, I am, of course, Lieutenant.
Call again.
Christopher! Christopher!
I don't think he'll hear you.
Why not? I'm not deaf, Mr. Diamond.
Rick, is that Christopher?
Yeah, this is Chris, all right. And I owe him a haircut.
Now, lay off, Rick. I'll handle this. Christopher.
Yes, sir?
Where were you about 2 this afternoon?
Why, right here, working on the car.
Correction. Working on me.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, come on. Let's have it straight.
Mr. Clinton, what about this?
Christopher is right, Lieutenant. Yes, he's right.
Oh, you're scared stiff, Clinton, and you're lying.
I'm not. I wanted to go into town to keep him.
And the fuel pump on the car was stopped up. I had to take it apart.
Oh, sure. And while you fixed it, Clinton stood right over you.
As a matter of fact, he did watch.
And it took all afternoon to fix it.
No, but when it was finished, it was too late for Mr. Clinton's appointment. He decided not to go.
How about that, Mr. Clinton?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Christopher hasn't been out of my sight all afternoon.
That's good enough for me. All right, Diamond, let's go.
What? Are you crazy?
No, that's why I'm putting the cuffs on you. I thought there was something fishy about your story. Gun taken away from you, people coming to see you, hiring you, firing you.
Walt, your stomach has gone to your head.
Never mind my stomach. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Put the cuffs on this Shamus.
Cuffs? On him?
Close your mouth, Otis. Put the cuffs on.
Walt, what in the world?
Diamond, I've been waiting for a chance like this to comb you out of my hair for good. Otis, the cuffs.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. All right, Shamus, hold him out.
Mr. Clinton, thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Diamond.
Lieutenant.
Otis, I told you to close your mouth.
Oh, I gotta breathe.
Oh, shut up and come on. Walt, outside, Diamond. Get going.
You big bubblehead. What's the idea of making like a cop with me?
I kind of liked it. How'd I do?
What?
Good performance, eh?
Good Oh, you big ham. You great big ham.
Well, Lieutenant, are we going to put the shamus in the jug?
Shut up, Otis. Take the cuffs off him.
What?
Here, Otis. Start working.
Oh, you're right, Rick. Clinton was scared stiff, and for some reason he backed Christopher's alibi.
Walt, I've got an idea.
You better have. If I don't have something to tell the commissioner, I'll have to give up my ideas about a pension.
I'm going back to that boarding house.
Why?
Well, the manager was going to call me. It's just possible he got a hold of a lead on Elaine Tanner, but Christopher killed him before he had a chance to tell me.
Well, that makes sense.
Have you got a man there?
Yeah, a happy.
Oh, good. I'll see you later.
Rick.
On.
Please. For the sake of my stomach, don't slip up. You're my only suspect without an alibi.
Thanks, Walt. See you later.
Yeah.
Oh, Walt.
What?
Bottoms up on the bicarbonate.
That's all the stuff there was in the basement, Diamond.
Oh, thanks, Mahaffey. Everything neatly bundled but this one pile. The little guy must have gone through it.
Got any idea what you're looking for?
No, give me a hand, will you?
Sure.
Newspapers, magazines. I'm happy.
Uh-huh.
No one's been in here since the murder?
Nobody. I've been on the door.
And the manager had nothing on him.
Only your card.
That's funny, very funny. He wouldn't have tried to call me if he hadn't found something. Maybe he came across something in this pile of stuff. Didn't take it out and then...
Find something?
Yeah. This sheaf of withholding tax statements.
Mm-hmm. The kind that come on the bottoms of paychecks.
Made out to Elaine Tanner, paid by the Blue Falcon nightclub.
That ain't far from here.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, sure. Now I remember a kid that named Tanner. Yeah, used to work here in the line.
Thanks, bartender. Where's she now?
Well, Mr. Me, I know from nothing about her, but she was good friends with one of the dolls in the line, gal named Gladys.
Where can I find this Gladys?
Dressing room, straight back, turn left.
And knock on the door, huh?
What for? They dress that way for the show anyway.
I'll keep both eyes closed.
Sure, straight back like I said, then first turn left.
What you want with her, handsome? Why don't you get off here?
You tipped me, sweetheart, but give me a rain check.
Who waits for rain? But, why do you want to see Elaine?
Well, maybe I ought to tell her about some oil wells that came in.
Yeah? You don't look like the type talks about oil wells.
Honey, don't let the tassels on my shoes fool you.
Oh, you're cute. Yeah, I know where Elaine is.
Want to give?
Information?
Sure.
Oh, you've got a one-track mind.
Maybe I can't switch it over yet.
Okay, so I'll get a couple of days older meanwhile. Anyhow, I never did like her. So, I don't mind letting you know.
Know what, Gladys?
Well, maybe a month ago she quit this job. This dump.
All right, she quits. Go ahead.
Yeah. But before she quit, she's acting funny. Like the night we're going home together, walking along.
This is the last time I take this walk.
So, gonna fly soon from work?
I'm quitting.
Well, if you like to eat grass, go ahead.
I won't eat grass. Ever had a real mink coat, Gladys?
I could have, but his lawyers settled out of court.
I'll have one. I'll do all right.
You thinking about that guy Clinton who comes in the club?
Uh-huh.
Honey, there's wolves and there's wolves. Want to pick one with teeth.
He likes me.
Sure. Every time he sees you, he's got to push his eyes back in his head.
Chris is working for him. His chauffeur.
So this is news, so what?
Money. Lots of it.
Shakedown? Oh, now look, honey, they can give you trouble for that.
Not a shakedown. This is safe and sure. Chris figured it. He figured it, and I...
And what?
Nothing. Just forget it. Come on, let's get some coffee.
And that's all she says.
Uh-huh. Now, where can I find her?
Oh, I'll tell you where I think she is. Here's the address. I wrote it down.
Thanks, Gladys. I'll see you again.
Yeah. See more of me.
Is that possible?
This costume's for the first show. We save up for the second.
I'll be here for the last show.
Oh, what you said. So long, handsome.
A little while after Gladys gave the address, I was buzzing at an apartment door. I kept my fingers crossed and then uncrossed them when the door opened.
Yes?
Hello there, Elaine.
Who are you?
Well, the name's Hangtooth. Elmer Hangtooth.
Who?
Oh, I better come in.
Hey, what's the idea?
Can't hear a thing you say, honey. My hearing aid just shorted out.
Now listen, wise guy.
Oh, Elaine. Chris sent me.
Chris?
Yeah. He said to tell you everything's okay. The heat's off.
How about that private eye?
Diamond? Richard Diamond?
Yeah, that's the one.
Honey, you'll never be any closer to him than you are right now.
I was afraid he'd quit. Hey, when's Chris coming?
Soon, I hope.
Oh. I've never seen you before. Have I?
Well, you're young and life's full of surprises.
Uh-huh. I like surprises.
Right.
Chris work you in on the deal?
Yeah. I did him a favor. Took care of Diamond. Like doing it, too. Oh, by the way, what goes with you and Clinton?
Honey, we had a common interest.
Oh.
Books, dearie. Books. He had one I wanted. When I finished with him, I could have walked out with the furniture.
Yeah, I guess you could, baby. I guess you could.
Think so?
Why not?
What did you say your name was?
Well, the name's Applenknocker, Harold Applenknocker.
What? That's not what you said before.
Oh, so you have been listening. The real name is Diamond, Richard Diamond.
I see a kidder, huh?
Well, if that makes you laugh, this ought to bring back Mahjong. Here, take a look at my license. My membership card, the Hopalong Cassidy Club, my Flash Gordon beanies.
You dirty shamus, you stinking cop.
Easy, baby.
Let
Easy,
go of
baby.
me.
Easy.
Let go, you dirty. Let go of me.
Let her go, Diamond.
Chris.
Jackpot. Chris and Elaine all at once.
Diamond, get your hands off her. Get him off. No, that's better. Now, Elaine, before I fill him full of holes, tell me what he's doing here.
He said you sent him, Chris.
Sure, he would. Elaine, you ready to get out of here?
Yeah.
Okay, hand me a cushion from the sofa.
Want to take a nap, Chris?
I'll laugh at your funeral, Shamus. Hold a cushion over the gun. Nobody hears the shot.
Better not, Chris.
Elaine, start out. I'll be right behind you.
Yeah, all right, Chris.
Got the book?
Yeah.
What book?
Shut up. Get going, Elaine.
Chris, let's talk this over.
Funny, you just finished talking, Diamond.
Chris!
Elaine, what's the matter? My book. Give me to me.
Clinton, Duff, get out of the way.
Diamond, you...
Chris.
Well, I owed him that partner's hair.
Chris.
It's all right, Elaine. Just creased. I wouldn't think of depriving the hot seat of such a good customer.
My book. Where's my book? I want it. Give me my book.
Sure, Mr. Clinton. But I'm afraid you'll have to explain to the police first. A telephone call to the 5th Precinct brought Walt and Otis to my rescue. Otis used the siren. Loved it. I told Walt the book old man Clinton kept screaming about had me a little confused, that I wouldn't be able to relax until he found out just where it fitted in the case. He promised to find out the answers as soon as he took Chris, Elaine, and Clinton back to the 5th Precinct. I told him to call me at Helen's.
Rick, what about that check for $1,000? Is it any good?
Well, the check's post-dated. I doubt if Mr. Clinton will honor it now. It's too bad. We could have celebrated.
So all you got for your trouble was $100 a day in expenses.
I'll get it. Grant's Tomb, the general speaking.
Rick?
Yeah, Walt?
Yeah. You sitting down?
Why?
You can tear up that check Clinton gave you. He won't honor it. He's mad about having to go to jail.
Oh, I was way ahead of you about the check. Why did Clinton go to jail? What did he do?
You know that book he was yelling about?
What about it?
Well, it's an original Sir Francis Bacon manuscript.
How would you know?
I hate to admit it, but Otis told me what it was. You know, Otis is excuse me, Lieutenant. It's bibliophile. Shut up, Hammerhead.
Okay, so I worked for nothing.
Rick.
Yeah?
The book was worth $30,000. It was stolen 18 years ago from the Fine Arts Library in Washington. Old man Clinton bought it from a fence. That's why he couldn't go to the police.
Oh, so Chris and Elaine hijacked it, huh? Probably had a sale for it.
Rick, there's a $1,500 reward for that book.
So what?
It's yours.
Hey, wait a minute, Walt. Helen, put your ear next to the receiver.
Oh, all right.
Walt, say that again.
Say what again?
What you just said.
Did I say anything?
Well, sure you did.
Are you sure?
Oh, now cut it out, Walt. Say it again about the reward.
Oh, that. There's a $1,500 reward for the book.
Thanks, Walt. Bye.
Bye.
Well, baby.
Well, we're going to celebrate after all. $1,500. Oh, Rick, that calls for a real celebration.
Sure.
Well, don't go away, darling. I'll be right back. I won't be long. Oh, Rick, there's a new song on the piano. Why don't you try it?
Okay, I set my pajamas and put on my prayers. Well, that's pretty silly, but... My baby kissed me goodnight, and I am glad to relate that by the time I got home, I was feeling great.
I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me good night. Next morning I awoke and scrambled my shoes. I shined up an egg, then I toasted the news. I buttered my tie and took another bite, and all because you kissed me good night. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said good night and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I climbed up the door and opened the stairs. I said my pajamas and put on my prayers. I turned off the bed, crawled into the light, and all because you kissed me good night. By evening I felt normal, so we went out again. You said good night and kissed me. I hurried home, and then I lifted the preacher, called up the phone, spoke to the dog, and threw your ma a bone. It was midnight, and yet the sun was shining bright, and I think how you kissed me good night.
Oh, that was lovely, Rick. Well, how do I look?
Oh, my, wonderful. What is you dressed up for?
For the celebration.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Come on, let's go.
Oh, where are we going, Rick?
Oh, the Blue Falcon nightclub. We'll be just in time for the last show.
The Blue Falcon. Oh, but why pick that place?
Oh, but they've got a wonderful floor show.
Yes, but the costumes are... Oh, they're nothing.
Oh, what you said.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Ted Osborne, Gene Bates, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Ezio Pinza, dynamic singing star, plays his first starring dramatic role today on Theater Guild on the Air, with Madeline Carroll and Linda Darnell co-starred. And you'll also want to listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show and the Adventures of Sam Spade right before Theater Guild. Don't forget, Ezio Pinza on Theater Guild on the Air today. It's all great entertainment today on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
This, I believe. Professor Subodh Chandra Roy was born in India. At the age of 7, he became ill with cholera and ophthalmia. And when he lapsed into a coma, the doctors gave him up. He was carried out into the garden to die. Suddenly, he folded his hands as if in prayer and said, "God, let me live this time." Miraculously, he recovered. But when he was again able to open his eyes, it was discovered that he was totally blind. Now, Dr. Roy states the creed, which has permitted him to surmount this handicap and become a leading philosopher and educator.
To the people endowed with normal physical vision, blindness is one of the most baffling and misunderstood phenomena. Consequently, when I became totally blind at the age of 7, as a result of the combination of ophthalmia and cholera, I at once became the victim of an unwholesome public attitude. At the outset of this visual deprivation, however, I myself was not keenly aware of my differences from others and of the possible consequences of this misfortune. With the passage of time, I became more and more convinced that my blindness, instead of being a hindrance in my life, was a blessing in disguise, conceived from the standpoint of life as a whole, and not in reference to isolated and specific situations. This led me to the firm conviction that suffering is the source of many positive and durable values. I believe with Emerson that suffering is the extract of experience. The aim of life is not happiness, despite the teachings of the hedonistic ethic, but the joy of overcoming. I should make it clear that I did not accept this philosophy of suffering as an expedient measure in order to derive consolation for my own visual handicap. It is one of my strongest spiritual convictions. Having lost my sight at a very early age, and coming from a country where welfare work for the blind is dreadfully backward, I experienced almost insurmountable difficulties in obtaining education and finding a respectable place for myself in the social structure of India. By dint of strenuous efforts and through the grace of God, I was fortunate in getting both. It may be relevant to mention only one of the numerous handicaps and sufferings I went through in order to attain the aforesaid objectives. During my school and college days, not a single book in Braille was available in India. I had to spend days and months in order to transcribe all my textbooks with my own hands from the dictation of sighted friends and relatives. This was very hard, but it had its compensation in the fact that this process of slow transcription rendered my thoughts more clear and my knowledge of language and spelling more accurate. Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence is entirely based on the principle of self-suffering. He declared that the law of suffering never fails. While fighting for the freedom of India, he told us that we should match our capacity to suffer with our opponent's capacity to inflict suffering. I believe that we suffer very often because of our inability to accept suffering as a necessary process of growth. I do not maintain, however, that suffering should be unnecessarily created and multiplied, but I believe that I always obtained immense inspiration and sustenance from this philosophy of suffering. A Chinese proverb has illustrated a part of this thought rather beautifully. You cannot prevent the birds of sorrow from flying over your head, but you can prevent them from building nests in your hair.
They're the beliefs of Dr. Subodh Chandra Roy, who is a professor of philosophy at the New School for Social Research and has made important contributions to the welfare of the blind, both here and in his native India.
The Damon Runyon Theater. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, So You Won't Talk. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. It is one nippy evening of a February, and I am just about to go into Mindy's to partake of some hot onion soup, which is very warm, when I see a hack pull up at the curb. An arm reaches out, and a finger on the end of the arm curls back and forth at me. Naturally, I am more than somewhat curious, so I go to the hack and look in and hear,
I am very glad I saw you, Broadway.
Ambrose Hammer. Are you nailed in the cab that you cannot get out?
Listen, Broadway, did you hear the news?
What news?
The murder.
Murder? Whose and where and who does it?
Just lend me your overcoat.
My overcoat? Now look, Ambrose, it is colder than a bookie's heart out here. Besides, I see you are wearing a Benny.
It's not for me. It's for what I got with me.
Where?
On the floor of this cab. Now, don't look, King. You might attract attention.
I will attract more attention by taking off my overcoat in the middle of the sidewalk.
Listen, I am not kidding when I say I got the only eyewitness to the murder of Graft and Wilton.
Graft and Wilton? The Playboy?
The same. Somebody cooked him earlier tonight.
And you have got the only eyewitness?
The only one who can talk.
Now, do I get your overcoat?
Yeah, but I...
Broadway, do not argue. Give me your overcoat so I can get this eyewitness into Mindy's.
Well, I am more than a little curious indeed, because I know that Ambrose Hammer's hobby is following murder cases, although he is a dramatic critic by trade. Also, I wish to see this eyewitness myself, so I give Ambrose my overcoat. And what happens when we get into Mindy's is something I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, So You Won't Talk.
Like I am saying, I give Ambrose Hammer my overcoat, and he ducks down and wraps something up in it. I am not able to see what it is. Then we get to a table, and the scene is as follows.
Yeah, I don't think anybody saw us, Broadway.
Look, Ambrose, you say you have got an eyewitness under that overcoat?
Exactly.
Must be an awful small eyewitness.
Not big.
Midget?
No.
A kid?
No.
Ambrose, I will probably catch pneumonia by giving you my Benny. I have got a right to know what is under it.
Okay. Take a quick look. I'll lift up the corner of the overcoat. You ready?
Sure.
Okay, now look fast.
It is something green, and it is very hoarse.
Uh-huh. A parrot.
Ambrose, I think you say a parrot?
I did.
Give me back my overcoat, and we will get you to a clinic real fast.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Do you wish a straight answer, or do I humor you?
Look, parrots talk, don't they?
Sometimes.
And this was Grafton Wilton's parrot. The cops went over Wilton's place with a fine-tooth comb. And what did they find? I asked you, what did they find?
Mr. Grafton Wilton cooked.
Exceptionally deceased, with his nose out of joint and both eyes black. And Broadway, no trace of the murder weapon.
Oh?
Yeah. Now, personally, I've never cared for the guy at all.
Neither does anybody else.
But murder is murder.
So it is. But how about the parrot?
Aha!
Now, that is a real straight answer. It fills me in on things I do not know. Uh-huh.
Don't you get it?
Get what?
Now, look. Grafton Wilton's two servants were away for the night. The cops checked. Now, Wilton would never let anybody in his place he didn't know. So I figured the party who killed him was a friend.
My, how friendly can you get? It seems to me that chopping a citizen between the eyes hard enough to make him deceased is more than somewhat distinctly hostile.
That's beside the point.
Not to Mr. Grafton Wilton.
Forget him for a minute.
So there you are, Ambrose.
Huh? Oh,
Look,
Dawn.
How long do you think you can keep me waiting when we got a date?
Oh, Dawn, baby, I'm sorry. I forgot.
You forgot. I waited a half hour for you to show up.
Listen, baby, when you hear what I got to tell you, you'll understand. Here, sit down, right?
Yeah. Hiya, Broadway.
Hello, Dawn. How is the dancing business?
It's a hard grind.
Now, look, we'll have something to eat here, and I'll tell you all about the murder of Grafton Wilton.
Wilton? Did you say Grafton Wilton?
Sure, why?
Grafton Wilton? You sure, Ambrose?
Sure, I'm sure. Hey, baby, you're all pale. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I'm just tired, I guess. Yeah, that's all. Just tired. There. Tell me about the murder.
You look real hard at Miss Dawn Astra because it seems to me she takes this very, very big. However, I put it down to the fact that Judy's are naturally soft when it comes to hearing about citizens getting pushed off. Well, Ambrose Hammer fills her in on the details he gives me. Then he says as follows.
So, I conclude the party who killed Wilton must be a friend. Somebody he knew well enough to let in a house.
And his parrot?
Aha, that's where I'm smart. Now look, parrots are natural talkers. They like to repeat things they hear. Right, Broadway?
I am never acquainted with parrots. I never liked them.
I don't either.
That's beside the point. Now look, this parrot was in the same room where Grafton Wilton was found shot. The bird must have heard the party's name mentioned more than once. You get it?
You mean sooner or later this parrot is going to repeat the name of the party who kills Graft and Wilton?
Exactly.
Well, that's silly.
I don't think so.
You spent the whole evening at a murder when you had a date with me.
I like murder.
Someday I hope you go to your own.
What's burning you
Oh,
up?
that bird.
He didn't do a thing to you.
He made you forget you had a date with me.
Yeah, but this is an important bird, an eyewitness to the murder. And sooner or later he'll talk. And he'll repeat the name of the party who killed Wilton.
You sure of that?
He's got to.
Ambrose, lift up the overcoat and see what he has got to say now.
Sure. Now watch.
Ah!
He says that when I first meet him.
It'll take patience, but he'll talk. And until he does, I'm not going to let him out of my sight.
You mean you'll take that bird along when we go out on a date?
Why not? He's small.
I should say not.
I will say one thing for this bird. He never lets go of an idea. And the idea now seems to be nothing but... Oh, shut up.
Never mind. You'll all sing a different tune the day I walk into police headquarters with the killer's name.
As the days go by, Ambrose is never without the parrot. Then one night, I am about to go into Mindy's when I see a familiar figure. It belongs to Miss Dawn Astor, and there is never any mistaking her figure for a sack of potatoes. But she is deep in conversation with a hack jockey. I wait until she finishes, then speak to her. She jumps like I hit her and says...
Oh, Broadway.
Oh, yeah, what is the matter?
Matter? Nothing at all.
You are nervous.
No, I'm not.
Who do you think I am when I tap you on the shoulder?
No one. That is, Well, you just scared me, that's all.
Why?
Why what?
Why do I scare you?
What difference does it make?
Not at all to me. And by the way, is not that cab jockey I see you talking to one Julius Smug?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Uh-huh. He is at one time your fiancé.
That's all over.
Sure.
What's the idea asking me all these questions?
I am very sorry. I will not ask any more.
All right, don't.
So I will be still.
Where's Ambrose?
Since I am not in the habit of making dates with him, I do not know.
Has he still got that awful parrot?
The last I see him, it looks like he might marry into the bird family. Why?
Has it said anything?
Just...
Oh, I see. Well, I'm late for my show.
Yeah, by the way, how is it that you do not know where Ambrose is? Is there not a romance between you?
I thought you weren't going to ask any more questions.
Okay.
But since you did ask, I told him it was me or the bird.
He gives you up because of that parrot? He is developing rattles.
Yeah, well, I gotta go now. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I will see you later, Miss Dawn Asper. The more I think of it, the more I think Miss Dawn Astra is acting more than somewhat strange indeed. But I think it is none of my business, and go into Mindy's. I am there maybe no more than 4 or 5 hours when Ambrose Hammer comes in. As usual, he is carrying the big cage with the parrot in it. He sits down by me and says,
Broadway, it looks as though I'm going to have to give up the bird.
Uh-huh. Maybe because of Miss Dawn Asper?
How'd you know about that?
She tells me.
Oh. Well, not only that, but my editor informed me that my dramatic criticisms are taken lightly because people seem to mistrust a man who is very close with a parrot.
Yeah. Does the bird say anything yet?
Nothing. Wait a minute. Maybe you'll talk now. Hey, you. Talk. Talk, will ya?
Well. Business at the same old stand.
That's disheartening. Here I am, but the only eyewitness to a murder, and he won't talk. I give up Dawn to keep the bird. I risk making an idiot of myself, and he says... See what I mean?
Ambrose. What name do you expect him to say?
The name of the murderer. What else?
It could be any name? Like a girl's name?
No, not a girl. The blow that killed Graft and Wilton couldn't have been struck by a woman.
Oh, I see.
Why?
I'm just asking.
Broadway... Here I sit with the solution to a case that's baffled the cops. But the solution won't talk. Now, in order to keep my job, I got to give up that parrot.
Look, Ambrose, it seems to me that you are going too far. Why do you not keep the bird in your apartment when you go out? Do you have to take him with you?
Sure, because at any moment he may say that name.
Oh.
I can't. Hey, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what?
You keep him for me.
Me?
Sure.
No.
Look, keep him in your hotel room.
I will not be nursemaid to a bird.
I'll pay you.
I will not. How much?
$5 a day.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You mean that you will pay me £1 a day to watch this bird?
Sure. Just sit with him. Listen to everything he says and write it down.
How do you spell awk?
You'll do it?
For £1 a day, I will keep an eye on the Bronx Zoo and talk to all the animals.
It's a deal. Come on. Let's take him to your place now. It's a solution. But remember, you got to sit tight and listen to him because he...
Because he what?
Broadway. You see that doll at the table near the door?
The one with the black hair and real white face?
Yeah. Who is she?
I never see her before.
I have. I know that face. I know it.
Oh, congratulations.
Come on. Excuse me, miss, but I think I know you.
I don't think you do.
I'm Ambrose Hammer, dramatic critic.
I said you don't know me. And I don't know you.
I never forget a face. Especially if it's ever been in the newspapers.
Who said mine was?
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. Excuse me. Let's go, Broadway.
Sure.
I'll swear I know that doll. And I'll swear it's in connection with...
With what?
I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that now. The big thing is to get the parrot to your place. Broadway, you're going to be in on the most sensational crime solution of the century.
And he is right. But it does not turn out quite like he expects it. However, it is very strange indeed what does happen. And what that is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, So You Won't Talk.
Well, like I am saying, Ambrose Hammer gives me the parrot. He also gives me $1 a day for being the bird's secretary. Although I have to admit that it is the most non-committal parrot I ever see. It comes up one night, and I am in my room just looking at the bird, when the scene is as follows. You say something? Look, Big Nose, it is time you open up with a little information. It is now 3 days since you live here, and I am getting tired of talking to myself, you hear? Maybe you are just stir-crazy. Hey, you will pardon me while I answer my phone? Hello? Oh, yeah. Be quiet is not for you. No, I'm not talking to you, Big Sam. Huh? What? Well, how big is the game? Yeah, see. Yeah, well, look, Big Sam, I would dearly love to toss a few cues, but I have got a job and... Yeah, I see. Okay, I will be there. Yeah, in 10 minutes. So long. Excuse me, but I have got to go out. Do you mind? Thank you. Look, I will leave you a pad and pencil. If you have got anything important to say in the next hour, write it down. Goodbye.
Broadway, I have got to see this parrot you talked about.
Well, sure. Maybe he will talk to you, Sam.
Where is he?
Over there in his... Oh, my goodness.
The door to the cage is open, and your window is open.
He is a most ungrateful bird. I give him a good home, and he deserts.
Well, look out the window.
There is nothing out there but New York. Sam, the bird is gone. Ambrose Hammer will be very angry because this is a valuable bird. Besides, he pays me $1 a day for taking care of it.
Oh, that is bad.
$1 a day is $1 a day.
Yeah. Hey, look. You win 15 fish tonight.
It is not worth it.
Wait a minute. There's some pet shops over there on 8th Avenue. Why not mosey over there and pick up another bird?
It will not be the same as this one.
Oh, who knows the difference? They're all green. Unless this one has a birthmark.
Yeah. Maybe that is a good idea.
Sure. You buy another bird. Put it in this cage. Ambrose will never know the difference. And you will go on collecting the 5 a day. And besides, you will keep out of trouble with Ambrose.
Sam, you are right. Come on. So I buy a new parrot that the guy in the bird store tells me is a good talker. Of course, to be better than the one who flies away is no hard job, even for a very backward bird. I put this new one in the cage the old one vacates on short notice. Then I look up Ambrose Hammer, who is at Mindy's. I take the parrot there, and the scene is as follows.
I've been waiting for you, Broadway.
Yeah, I know.
Did he talk yet?
Not a word. I got 4 pages of arcs written down.
Take the cover off.
In here?
Of course, why not?
Well, Ambrose, maybe we better wait.
What's the matter with you? Take the cover off.
Okay. But before I do not be surprised.
At what?
At anything.
Go ahead, take off the cover.
Sure.
Hello there, fella.
Yeah, you see what I mean? He has got a one-oak mind.
Yeah. I thought maybe different surroundings would make him talk. Broadway, I tell you, this bird knows the killer.
Maybe he shuts his eyes at the time.
Sooner or later, he will talk, and he will...
You're here.
Listen, he talks. He said something.
Yeah, he talks.
Come on, boy, talk some more. Broadway, give him a crack.
Sure, here, have a cracker.
I can let anybody in the joint.
That is nothing for even a parrot to say, what with certain citizens in the place.
Well, he's getting over the shock of seeing his master killed. The mental block is going away. It was psychological before, but now you...
What a babe. What a babe.
Look, every doll in the place turns around.
Quick, put the cover back on. I don't want to spill the name in front of everybody. Get the cover back on.
I do not like the way certain citizens are looking at us. This parrot can be dangerous.
Now I'll show people a few things. They thought I was crazy before. Wait till this bird gives me the tip. I'm going... Broadway, look. There's the same doll sitting over there.
Yeah, the one that says she does not know you.
I know her from someplace. I never forget her face.
Especially one like that.
Coal black hair, white skin, big dark eyes.
I never see her around here before the night you first see her.
Yeah, her name's on the tip of my tongue. Come on, let's talk to her.
Without an introduction?
What's the difference? Come on.
How about the bird?
Bring him along, but keep him covered.
Look, Ambrose, she is watching you.
Yeah. And does it seem to you that she looks a little scared?
Mm-hmm, it does.
If only I could think of her name.
You are just like the parrot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hello.
Goodbye.
Look, I know you from someplace.
I said you don't. You tried that line the other night, and it didn't work then. It won't work now.
Yeah, but I never forget a face. Maybe I forget names, but not faces.
All right. Take a good look at me. Well?
Just can't find a name.
All right, then stop staring at me and stop talking to me. You're taking a good look at me. You don't know me. Now leave me alone. You hear? Just leave me alone.
Well, it looks like the lady wishes nothing to do with you, Ambrose.
I guess it does at that. Well, it's not important. What is the fact that this bird's finally decided to open his mouth and turn stooly. And it won't be long before you'll read in the papers that Ambrose Hammer cracks the Grafton Wilton murder case.
A few more days go by. Ambrose Hammer is tossed out of places because he now insists on taking the parrot with him again. In fact, Ambrose Hammer has to defend himself several times when certain citizens claim Ambrose makes nasty remarks about them or their dolls. But it is only the bird telling all and sundry what he thinks of them, and the parrot's choice of language is by no means pure. However, Ambrose stays with it. Then it is one night in Mindy's, and the scene is as follows.
So close and yet so far.
Nothing yet, huh, Ambrose?
The bird's gone through all the names in the world. They're not exactly names a person could use.
Well, why do you not just give it up, Ambrose?
I should say not.
But look, you almost lose your job. You are getting the reputation of being more than somewhat rattled. And you also lose Miss Dawn Astor.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that reminds me. Where is Dawn?
I do not know. I do not see her for several days.
Yeah, it's very funny. Hey, that reminds me again. When I walked in here tonight, a waiter gave me an envelope. What did I do with it? Oh, here it is.
Who's it from?
Hey, this is in Dawn's handwriting. Oh, no. Oh.
What is the matter?
Look, read this.
Yes, sir. Dear Ambrose, when you receive this, Julius Smung and I will be on our way to South America where we will be married. Julius Smung. That is the guy she is sought for before she meets you.
Yeah. And I lose her because of this. Shut up.
There is more. You wish me to read it?
Go ahead.
We are leaving suddenly because we are afraid it might come out that Julius calls on Mr. Grafton the night of the murder.
Huh? Go ahead, read more.
I do not tell you this, Ambrose, because I know you will get mad if you find out I once have a date with Grafton Wilton. Julius goes to see him for insulting me and...
Well, go on.
Ambrose, she says that Julius hits Grafton Wilton and kills him.
Wow. How do you like that? That dirty double-cross... Broadway, all dolls are no good. She let me carry this undersized eagle around for weeks, and all the time she knew it was Julius Smung who killed Wilton.
There is more.
That's enough.
It says, P.S. Kindly do not tell it around that Julius kills Mr. Wilton because we do not wish any publicity about it.
All that dirty...
Oh, shut up.
No, wait a minute. That bird just had a name.
But Ambrose...
Polly, Broadway, that's it. Pretty Polly. That dame, that doll, the one whose name I was trying to remember. That's it.
Now, look, Ambrose, there was something I have got to tell you.
No, it'll keep. Where is she? Come on, guess
what for? Ambrose, please, before you go off on the wrong steer.
I know that bird is going to tip me off.
Do not speak to her, Ambrose. I tell you, do not speak to her.
That's what I said. Well. Hello there.
You again. I told you to keep away.
You mind if I sit down?
Either you'll beat her or I'll have you thrown out.
Will you? Pretty Polly. Pretty Polly Olligan. I never forget her face.
Ambrose, before you do any more...
Broadway, meet Pretty Polly Olligan.
How are you? Look, Ambrose, this bird is not...
So, you're the one who was with Grafton Wilton that night, huh, Polly?
You can't know. You can't.
But the bird knew it.
Here we go.
3 years ago, you, Pretty Polly, were sent to Auburn for trying to shake down Grafton Wilton on a breach of promise suit.
It was not a shakedown. It was on a level. I couldn't fight his millions.
So you bumped him.
Ambrose, let us take our parrot and go someplace else before...
Broadway, will you shut up?
Okay, but I warn you...
Polly, you're not in town for your health. Also, you had a good motive for cooking Wilton.
Yes, I did.
And did you?
Yes, I did. I went to see him.
He had 2 black eyes and a banged-up nose.
How did you know?
Never mind.
We talked. And I put something in his drink.
Sure. That killed him.
But Julius Small...
the police and the dopes, Broadway, they knew Wilton was poisoned, but kept it to themselves. But they kept looking for the citizen who blacked his eyes.
Now what'll you do?
Well, there's only one thing I can do.
Yeah, I know. But I'm glad. I've been trying to go to the police for days, and I couldn't. Now I'm glad.
Sure. It's better this way.
Yeah.
Now, Broadway, you believe me about the parrot tipping us off?
Well,
What the devil are you trying to tell me?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. You kept trying to warn me about something.
Oh, no. You are mistaken, Ambrose. Sure. You are mistaken. Of course, I figured that telling Ambrose about the switching the parrots will do no good now. And there is no sense in getting him mad at me for nothing. But that is not the end of the story. The payoff comes a couple of days later, and I will tell you about it in a minute. Saying it is a couple of days later that I am sitting in Mindy's when in walks Ambrose Hammer and sits down by me. I see that something is on his mind, and I ask him to get it off. And he says...
Yeah, there is something on my mind.
And what is that, Ambrose?
I can't get over what a close call I had with that Dawn Astor.
Close call? Well, what are you talking about, Ambrose?
Why, at one time I was crazy about that doll. I was going to ask her to marry me.
Think of that. But why is that a close call?
Well, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a doll who can't tell the truth.
What? Does Dawn lie to you?
Yeah, I just got around to reading all this note she sent me. What with all the excitement?
That note, well, what does it say?
Yeah, funny you didn't see it, Broadway. You read it.
Sometimes I am nearsighted.
Broadway, when you had the parrot, did you take good care of it?
When I have it, I take very good care of it.
Sure. So why should she lie? Why should she tell me she stole the parrot from your hotel room?
She says that? But why?
She says she was afraid the parrot would talk and mention Julius Smug.
Oh, I see. And you say she lies. Well, what makes you say that?
Because the parrot is never out of our possession. The only parrot who could possibly give us the name of the murderer. Pretty Polly.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, So You Won't Talk. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theater. The Damon Runyon Theater, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.
This, I believe. Tonight, the statement of a classical scholar from the South. Miss Susan Parker Cobbs of Alabama, now Dean of Women of Swarthmore College.
It has not been easy for me to meet this assignment. We have so many changing and transitory beliefs, besides the ones most central to our lives. I hope that what I say won't sound either too simple or too pious. I know that it is my deep and fixed conviction that man has within him the force of good and the power to translate that force into life. For me, this means a pattern of life that makes personal relationships more important, a pattern that makes more beautiful and attractive the personal virtues, courage, humility, selflessness, and love. I used to smile at my mother because the tears came so readily to her eyes when she heard or read of some incident that called out these virtues. I don't smile anymore because I find I have become more and more responsive in the same inconvenient way to the same kind of story. And so I believe that I both can and must work to achieve the good that is in me. The words of Socrates keep coming back to me. The unexamined life is not worth living. By examination, we can discover what is our good, and we can realize that knowledge of good means its achievement. I know that such self-examination has never been easy. Plato maintained that it was the soul's eternal search. It seems to me particularly difficult now. In a period of such rapid material expansion and such widespread conflicts, black and white have become gray and will not easily separate. There is a belief which follows from this. If I have the potential of the good life within me and the compulsion to express it, then it is a power and a compulsion common to all men. What I must have for myself to conduct my search, all men must have. Freedom of choice, faith in the power and the beneficent qualities of truth. What frightens me most today is the denial of these rights, because this can only come from the denial of what seems to me the essential nature of man. For if my conviction holds, man is more important than anything he has created, and our great task is to bring back again into a subordinate position the monstrous superstructures of our society. I hope this way of reducing our problems to the human equation is not simply an evasion of them. I don't believe it is. For most of us, it is the only area in which we can work, the human area, with ourselves, with the people we touch, and through these two, by vicarious understanding, with mankind. I watch young people these days wrestling with our mighty problems. They are much more concerned with them than my generation of students ever was. They are deeply aware of the words equality and justice. But in their great desire to right wrong, they are prone to forget that causes are people, that nothing matters more than people. They need to add to their crusades the warmer and more affecting virtues of compassion and love. And here again come those personal virtues that bring tears to the eyes. One further word. I believe that the power of good within us is real and comes there from a source outside and beyond ourselves. Otherwise, I could not put my trust so firmly in it.
That was Miss Susan Parker Cobbs, Dean of Women at Swarthmore College, who can apply the wisdom and faith of the ancient Greeks to the current troubled world. Perhaps it is permissible to congratulate the students of Swarthmore who have the privilege of her guidance.
The Irene Dunn, Fred McMurray Show. Starring Irene Dunn as Susan and Fred McMurray as George. Together in a gay, new, exciting comedy adventure, Bright Star. It's the Irene Dunn, Fred McMurray Show with Irene Dunn as Susan Armstrong, editor of the Hillsdale Morning Star, and Fred McMurray as George Harvey, her ace reporter. It's Sunday in Hillsdale, ordinarily a day of peace and quiet at the Hillsdale Star. It's George's turn to spend Sunday in the office. George has his feet up on the desk as he chats at great length with Susan over the telephone, while Sammy, the copy boy, listens in idly. How is George to know that at this very moment something very chic, very classy, very dangerous to man has just blown into town and is in a telephone booth trying to get George and just getting a busy signal?
Oh, who can he be talking to so long on Sunday? Does he realize he's keeping an old flame burning up? Oh, same old George, always in demand, even on Sunday. Here goes once more, dreamily.
Well, I guess that's about all I've got to report, Susan, except that some former colleagues of ours are slightly pouring into town.
Oh, yes, yes, I know what you mean.
The Association of Former College Editors is arriving via plane, train, oxcart, and coaster wagon for a 3-day convention.
Are you waving a small pennant at them as they arrive for old lang syne?
Too much old lang syne is a sign of old age, looking backward instead of forward.
Well, in that case, could you look forward to having brunch at my house today?
Food?
Free? Bring Sammy with you.
Sammy?
Yeah, Sammy. Yes, Mac will answer the phone till you get back.
Oh, but Sammy will devastate the larder.
Oh, there's enough for both of you.
Yeah, but what will you eat?
Well, I'm counting on your table manners to ruin my appetite. See you soon. Bye.
We booked up for some gratis grub.
We are, Sammy. And don't go making a pig of yourself.
Why, Mr. Harvey, you know I always try to be just like you.
Now, don't stuff yourself, that's all.
How can I? You got the reach on me.
If you don't see what you want, boys, ask for it. I always say.
Now, this is really living, Miss Armstrong. Brunch with the boss.
My felicitations, patients, for these mushrooms and eggs.
Picked them myself.
The eggs?
The toadstools.
Toadstools?
Sometimes you never can tell.
Oh, yes, you can. For one thing, you can tell by the firmness.
If the victim is firm, rigor mortis has set in, and they were toadstools.
Uh-oh. The coroner's office.
Oh, enough of this morbid persiflage. Laugh.
Begay. Miss Armstrong's residence.
Mr. Harvey, would you please pass me that hunk of toast?
I'll match you for it.
Yes, he's here. For you, Georgie boy.
Oh.
Bring the phone right over here to the table, Patience.
Who is it, Patience?
What do I know? I can tell you that.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Dreamy Lips.
I'm sorry, I must have the wrong number.
I'm calling you, and I've got the right number at last. I tried to call you at the office, and they gave me this number.
Well, who is this?
Don't you remember? The only girl in the world?
Whistle it for me. I mean, who?
Sonia.
Sonia?
Sonia?
Sonia who?
Oh, I'm interested, too.
Remember the canoe?
The canoe?
I can row a boat. Canoe?
Canoe.
Sonia Canoe. What an odd name.
Oh, Canoe!
The Hiawatha Dayline, remember?
Sonia Pickwick. How are you, Pickles?
Just twice as attractive as ever, if you can imagine anything so ravishing.
Truth to tell, I can't, Sonia.
I've got a problem.
Name, same, and we'll fix.
I'm here for the college editors' convention, and I never dreamed I wouldn't be able to get a hotel room. I've no place to go, darling.
Oh, well, where are you now?
In a phone booth. I phoned every hotel in town.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sonia. Meet me at the office of the Morning Star in half an hour, and you just leave it all to me.
Wonder boy. Bye.
Goodbye, Pickles. Well, that was Pickles.
Or those were Pickles, if you're a stickler for grammar.
Appears to me he's more interested in Grammar's granddaughter than in grammar, appears to me.
I went to college with Sonia.
Learn anything?
Old flame of mine.
Flame? Strike a match?
Well, almost. We were engaged.
Engaged?
Yeah, to be married.
Well, I didn't think you were engaged for a high wire act.
Sounds like the same old Sonia.
How old?
Same crazy kid. Susan, can Sonia stay here with you for 3 days during the convention?
Well, George...
The hotels are jammed. She can't get a room in town.
Well, sure, George, if she's a good friend of yours.
If she weren't, I wouldn't have asked you.
Sammy, Sonny, will you go get me an aspirin there on the bathroom windowsill?
Okay, Patience. Talk slow, folks, so I can get in on the tail end of this fascinating gossip.
Let's see. I could move in with Patience and give Sonia my room.
Oh, that's great. Thanks.
Oh, dear. Sammy, I'd better go after him. I come to think of it, I don't know where the aspirins are now.
I presume Pickles has her own toothbrush.
I presume. But if she hasn't, I can go out and buy her one.
Oh, you're so resourceful.
Oh, thank you.
And George, about the canoe.
Oh, yeah. It turned over.
Well, lovely college day sweetheart struggles in water.
Yeah. She would have drowned, too, if she hadn't finally broken my hold on her.
Hey, I want out. Yeah. What is this? Hey!
What's going on up there?
It's rather a powerful reaction just from aspirin, isn't it?
Is there an amateur locksmith in the house, perchance?
Is that Sammy making all that noise?
Sammy is locked in the bathroom.
Locked in the bathroom?
But how?
Securely. And only 2 weeks' supply of soap.
Hey, how about it? I want out.
Oh, dear, I fear the worst.
Why?
Come on. Up on the doorknob. It's a very temperamental door, and try it.
No soap, Sammy?
Plenty of soap.
2 weeks' supply.
I want out.
Oh, dear, this happened once before.
We'll get you out, Sammy.
How about a writ of habeas corpus?
How about a screwdriver?
Yeah, we can take off the lock.
It won't work.
Well, what did you do when it happened before?
Went to a hotel.
Well, what about who was ever trapped in there?
It locked with nobody inside.
Well, how did you get it open then?
The weather turned cold and dry, and the door shrank.
Hey, I got school tomorrow.
Chin up, Sammy. The weather will be cold and dry in about 3 months.
So will I.
Susan, I just happened to think.
Accidents are always among us.
How can Sonia stay here if we can't get Sammy out?
Well, where will Patience and I stay?
I've got to get down to the office.
Deserter.
Sonia's meeting me there.
Give her my love.
Well, I've got to stall her somehow until we get Sammy out of there. Do what you can with the door for the time being.
Which way are we going, George? George! Oh, dear. Are you hurt?
No, I just broke a newel post, that's all.
Is that a bone or part of the stairs?
Well, whatever it is, it hurts. So long and hold the fort. I'll be back later. Sonia.
George, darling.
Pickles, I'd have known you anywhere again.
Oh, let me feast my eyes on you, you hulking newspaper man, you.
You haven't changed a bit, except maybe more so.
Come on, give me one of those great big varsity-type kisses. Come on.
You wonderful, beautiful man. Are you married?
Well, you might have asked that first, Sonia, but no, I'm not.
You wonderful, eligible fellow. Here, let me get the lipstick off your mouth.
Well, I've arranged to get you in for 3 nights you'll be here.
There. What did you say?
I said I've arranged to get you into a place for the 3 nights you'll be here, but you can't move in until, well, tonight, maybe. Yeah.
You found me a hotel?
No, not exactly.
You're giving me your little apartment while you sleep in the park.
No, that's strictly unlawful.
Well, then what?
Well, look, you haven't even been down to the General Grant Hotel to meet your old colleagues in former college paper editing.
Well, after that, what?
Well, look at the town, have dinner, take in a movie maybe.
And then what?
Then home sweet home.
Where?
It's a surprise.
If you've dug up some fourth-rate flea bag for me to say...
Oh, no, you'll see. You'll be pleased.
Well, hand me the screwdriver, Patience, and we'll see what's what. Let me. One side.
I'm getting hungry again.
We'll feed you somehow.
I'll get a locksmith or something.
That's cannibalism.
It's Sunday, Sammy.
You can't get work done on the Sabbath.
Well, do something.
Here goes right now.
Patience. Good grief.
Again?
No, Patience, no.
That doorknob's got to come off. That's the first thing.
Well, don't stab it to death. This door happens to be over 175 years old. Yeah.
This door?
Oh, at least.
What? It must have been hanging up here in the air for a long time before this house got built around it.
Well, this door came from an old colonial house, the Miller House, George Washington's headquarters, just before the Battle of White Plains.
Who won?
Well, the British, I think. But it's a lovely old door with all that wonderful American history. It's the best thing in the house, so you have to go easy with it, Patience.
George Washington touched this very doorknob?
Very possibly.
Oh, golly. Here, you take the screwdriver.
Well, I'll try it anyhow.
Ouch! Oh, you nicked it.
That's my hand.
Oh, who cares about your hand? Look at that fine old door.
I'm going for Mr. Wirbelgrass, the handyman.
That fine old American door.
Now, Patience, you stay with Sammy and answer the phone. And if George calls, insult him roundly for me. Bye.
It'll be a real pleasure, Miss Susan.
Patience.
George Washington himself in person.
My good woman.
70 years ago.
Hey!
Oh, okay. Coast's clear, sonny boy.
Hi.
So?
Some hoax, huh, kid?
Miss Susan went out for a handyman. I'll cross him up, too. All right. Huh. Hook or crook, you gotta stay locked in there until this Sonia Pickwick dame pulls out of town. And with no place to stay, she'll leave all right, pronto.
I'd like to glimpse this Sonia, babe.
Oh, she's an old flame. We got no room for old flames coming between Georgie boy and Miss Susan.
Oh, I was just going to the handyman and bumped into you.
I did Sonia down to the hotel for a while.
Jesus, it's Sam. Inside. I'm starved.
Inside there, Pinhead.
I ran into George down the street.
Maybe your door closed or something?
It's preposterous.
Hey, I want out.
All right, Sammy. Well, screwdriver, pliers, hammer.
Hammer?
Oh. Well, to work.
Now, back to our stars, Irene Dunn and Fred McMurray in the second act of our story. Aha! It seems that Sammy's being locked in the bathroom of Susan's house is a plot between Sammy and Patience to keep Sonia Pickwick from staying in town. George has disposed of Sonia temporarily and has returned to try to get the stubborn door open. Susan and Patience standing by with advice and nervous twitterings.
I want out.
We're working on it, Sammy. built this door anyhow? Safe company?
Stonewall Jackson.
That's not what I said, Patience.
Something like that.
The door was in George Washington's headquarters before the Battle of White Plains. That's what I said.
I stand corrected.
I doubt it.
Why?
If this door was in George Washington's headquarters, he must be still trying to get out. Oh, ouch.
Easy there, boy.
Well, I can't work on this if I have to keep a velvet cloth between the screwdriver and the job. I can't get the screwdriver in the screw slot.
How about a smaller screwdriver?
If we ever get this door open again, burn it. Will you promise me burn it?
How's it going out there, Rescue Unit 11XB9?
Shut up.
Thank you.
Don't get himself locked in.
Oh, watch it, Bob.
Yes, be careful, George.
Be careful, George. Be careful, George.
You know how old that door is. 250 years.
175.
Time all for good behavior, huh? You call this good behavior?
Do you know who Miles Standish was? Do you?
Oh, introduce me some other time.
He's the one who didn't marry Priscilla Mullen.
He was carried home from an enemy fight on this very door.
Oh, I don't know about that, Patience.
Well, the Indians should have burnt Standish to a cinder and this door with him.
Fine thing to say about an early American.
If he'd been on the wrong side of this door, he'd have been plenty late. Oh,
George, you're simply ruining that old brat.
I quit.
Well, what about Sonia?
Oh, yes, Sonia. Hand me the screwdriver again, Patience.
I mean, shouldn't you be getting back to her?
Yeah, that's right. I've got to get back to her.
What are you going to do about her, George?
Well, I don't know. I'll just have to stall her, I guess.
Let me get this straight. This Sonia is now a horse?
Horse?
You said stall her.
Very funny, Patience. Very jolly.
Now, she's just trying to make the best of a situation, George.
I'm hungry.
I'll get something for you, Sammy.
Look, I'll phone you from the office of the hotel.
Well, we'll keep on trying for a locksmith.
Well, offer him anything.
All right.
Sammy?
Yeah?
If I fail to see you alive again, it's been a nice, warm relationship. Goodbye.
Sammy?
Standing by.
We're going to pass a rubber tube under the door.
When we say go, inhale on it.
Malted milk.
What flavor?
Chocolate.
What other flavors do you got?
Now, Sammy, you drink this and like it.
Grab the tube.
Got it.
Haul away. How does it taste?
Like a chocolate malted milk with rubber in it. Hey, how about a couple of thin cookies slipped under the door?
It's like the old college dances, isn't it, George?
I got to make a phone call.
You never did when we danced in college.
Got to make a phone call.
Some woman?
Yeah, sort of.
Can't you tell anymore? You had an eye for the girls in school, all right.
I've got to make a phone call. Will you excuse me, Sonia?
Yes?
Susan, how's the door coming?
Doing as well as can be expected.
Well, now, look, pretty soon Sonia gets tired of dancing, see?
Yes?
And she wants to know where does she rest her weary head tonight, see?
I see.
Well, where does she?
Well, I can't get a locksmith for love or money, George.
Well, there's just one thing left to do, then.
Well, say goodbye to Sonia for me, too.
You'll have to call the fire department.
The fire department?
Call the department. Have them get Sammy out of there within the hour.
George, I can't drum the fire department to quarters for that.
But, Susan...
What will people say? What will our rival paper say?
But, Susan...
Morning Star editor spends taxpayers' money when old door sticks.
Look, call the department. I'm a taxpayer, too, you know.
Well...
They'll climb in and hide Sammy out.
The windows are too small, George.
Oh, you shouldn't have fed him. Now they'll have to chop him out.
All right, George.
I'll be over within the hour.
All right, George.
With Sonia.
All right, George.
The fire department?
But patience.
Over my dead body.
We owe it to George to make every effort to free Sammy so Sonia can stay here tonight.
I don't care about Sonia.
Well, George cares about her.
Have the fire department back their trucks over my flower beds and back there.
Well, I'll get a man to fix them for you.
Tramp all over the beds I work my poor old hands to the bone.
I'll get 2 men to fix them.
They'll never be the same. But, okay. Okay.
Oh, no,
call
please,
the department.
Please don't take that Joan the woman attitude.
Go ahead. Call the department. I don't care. I'll just find another house and start a new garden. Start a new life.
Patience, before you whip the blindfold off your eyes to face the firing squad, listen to me, will you?
Go ahead.
call the hook and ladder.
Look here, you're being utterly unreasonable about this whole thing.
All right, but you can't fire me. I quit.
Patience, nobody is firing you.
I'll find a new place. I've worked all my life.
I know.
I love to work.
I know.
I'll get by.
Now, Patience, listen. Stop being childish. We all love you and we wouldn't dream of letting you go, so there.
Lifetime of loyal service. And I get the gate over a door.
You do not.
Like the old saying says, Sig transfers Gloria Mundi.
Sic transit Gloria Mundi. It's Latin.
Well, it sure spread to the U.S. all right. I'll go pack my imitation alligator satchel.
Stop, Patience. All right, you win. We won't let the gallant fire eaters eat up your garden. Can we chop the door down?
Chop the door down?
Chop the door down. Chop down the door.
Are you bereft or something?
Yes, I think I am.
Miles Standish, that brave early American who was...
George Washington.
Over my dead body.
Oh, heavens.
Chop down the door they carried George Washington off on? I should say not.
All right. That's out, too. Everything's out. Only Sammy's in. Oh, that must be George.
With pickles.
And other delicatessen. Answer the door, Patience. All right, George, we can talk here in the kitchen.
How do you like Sonia?
Oh, very dashing.
Where's Sammy?
Asleep upstairs.
That's good. He's been through quite an ordeal. Where's he sleeping?
I would presume in the bathtub.
In the bathtub? Well, didn't you call the fire department?
No.
Why not? Why not?
I can't be what?
Why didn't you call them?
Ask the daughter of the American Revolution upstairs.
Patience?
Since I told her the door's history, she won't let me touch it. She's beginning to think she's Molly Pitcher.
What are we going to do?
You can sleep in your car, in the park, or in the watering trough, because Patience and I are going to sleep in your apartment tonight.
Well, let Sonia in with you, huh?
It'll be crowded enough as it is. I've stopped worrying about Sonia, George, while I'm still on the bright side of sanity.
Georgie!
After that, I think I'll lie down to settle my stomach.
Georgie! Will Susan show me my room now?
What'll I do? What'll I tell her?
Oh, the bird's on the wing, the snail's on the farm, Sammy's locked in the bathroom. All's right with the world.
Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Oh, I've had such a hard day. Would you show me my room, Susan?
George?
Well, Sonia, what do you say we do the town, huh? All night.
Oh, darling, I'd love to, but tomorrow's another day, isn't it?
Your move, George.
Why are you two standing around like the butler after the bullet-riddled body is found in the pantry?
Sonia, we've got no place for you.
No place for me?
No.
I thought...
Well, Sammy is locked up, you see.
Never mind your roustabout pals. What about me?
Well, Sammy is our office boy.
I'm not interested in your juvenile delinquent help.
He's locked in the bathroom.
Yes, that's...
What to do until the sheriff comes? Well, I always...
He's been there all day.
Yes.
Here, in this very house.
And he's likely to be there all night.
And a good part of tomorrow.
Indefinitely, maybe, till the dry weather makes the door shrink.
Do you mean I can't stay here tonight?
Nobody stays here tonight.
George, you hulking idiot.
Well, I wouldn't say hulking.
Leave it all to you. You whistle-stop journalist. You phony fix-it. Man of the world Harvey. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man in the world.
I wasn't going to ask you.
Prudence, call me a taxi.
Her name is Patience, and she isn't taking orders from you. And she's liable to call you much worse than that.
Never mind, I'll do it myself. Goodbye.
Sonia.
I should have remembered. You said you could paddle a canoe once, too.
Well, sic transit Sonia Pickwick. You know, I think Sonia's vexed.
Come in or something.
Hi-ho, everybody.
Hello, Sammy. Sammy?
Well, how did you get out?
I don't know. Harvey touched the old doorknob and the door just naturally swang open.
Well, maybe I can get Sonia to come back.
I'm hungry.
Hey, now that you mention it, so am I.
Well, then let's have dinner right now. Make it a day with Susan.
Fine dinner.
Sorry about Sonia.
She'll eat, too. Girls like Sonia always eat.
Yeah, caviar.
With mink napkins.
I'll get it, Patience.
Patience, where's Sammy?
Upstairs, tinkering with that door.
Hello? Who? Not Chester Abernathy. Well, for heaven's sake. Muscles. How are you after all these years? What? Oh, yes, I know about the hotel situation. Well, why don't you come over here? Yes. The address in the phone book's right. And we'll figure out something for you. Yes. Well, hurry. Be wonderful to see you, Chet. Bye. Well, George, that was Chester Abernathy, my old college sweetheart.
Well.
And guess what?
What?
He's in for the convention, too. And he can't get a room.
Oh, that's too bad. Of course, there's always that watering trough you were talking about.
No, Patience and I can sleep over at your little place. And where is Patience?
She went upstairs while you were giving Muscles the big hello.
Oh, and you and Chester can stay here. You'll love Chester.
Oh, I'll bet.
He's so witty and such fun to be with.
Oh, good.
Hey, what is with this door? I want out. I want out.
Oh, George, Sammy's in there again.
Oh, no.
Look, save time and grief and call the fire department
The
right
fire
away.
department?
I heard that over my dead body.
But Patience!
But, Susan, sauce for the goose, you know, is sauce for the gander.
Hey, I want out. Give me liberty or give me death. Hey, let me out of here.
Our stars, Irene Dunn and Fred McMurray, will be back in a moment.
That is a lovely old door, Susan.
Beautiful.
Real early American.
Solid cherry.
However, I think I have heavy news for you.
Oh, well, let's have it.
I got interested in early America and wired White Plains, New York. The Miller House, you know.
Washington's headquarters.
Yeah.
Well, how are things at the Miller House?
Intact. They aren't missing any doors up there.
They're not?
No. You've been deceived. It isn't a genuine Miller House door.
I know, George.
What?
Mm-hmm. I know. But it was important to make Patience think it was, wasn't it? Who knows? She might have gotten it open.
Irene Dunn and Fred McMurray will be back next week in another exciting comedy adventure in the gay new series, Bright Star. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to join us then.